Hi, it's me, Vicky Marie. I'm not quite organised. Hang on a minute. Gosh. 1 minute. Right, let's see. Okay, so, hi Mark, thank you. I'm glad you've welcome to the channel. Hi Debbie, hi Monica, hi David, hi Betty. Betty was the first one on today. Monica, thank you all for being here. And well, it's a big day, isn't it? Hi Wendy Woo, hi Maggie. It's a big day, so I'm going to show you straight away. I have been sent. I have to keep checking my phone because there's quite a few people that I know that are there, and they're going to try their best to send me whatever details they can. Obviously, what time does the inquest start? It starts at 10, so it's only 9, isn't it? Oh, Joanne, happy birthday. Mia, hi. Happy birthday, Joanne. I hope you have don't listen. I don't even know what sort of news that we're going to get through because obviously, you know, in the inquest. Hi, Mia. So I've got Maya and Mia. You know, I don't know what news is going to come through, what people will be allowed to do. I would imagine, hi, Joe H. I would imagine in the breaks, oh, my little dog's here, in the breaks, etc., you know, that's when people will be able to send messages and maybe let me know what's going on. But first of all, I just want to show you is I have been sent a photo of the scene. Now, you know, I'm not brilliant with, let's see. So that's what I want to show. You know, sometimes, there you go. There you go. Now let's see. You should be able to see that. Yeah. Okay, so this was literally just sent me, literally just before I went live from the scene. Oh God, I missed it. What have I done with it? Sorry. Oh, why did it go to that one? Right. Bear with. This is another video that I'm doing on this guy. Well, actually, it's his brother. Anyway, you don't want to know about that. Where's it gone? Right, let's start again. Stop sharing. Get that. I had that photo up. Why did it disappear? Hang on. Try again. Oh, the other thing I need to change actually is that to that. Hi, Janet. You're still in your PJs. Hi, David. Yeah, it's not on. I noticed that, David. I've been looking on all the news channels. They just said that the inquest is today, but there didn't seem to be any press there. You know, which is sort of strange, I think. But right. Sorry. Yeah, I see it comes up and then it goes. Why is that? Right. You can see it, I think, now, can't you? You can see the photo. This is the scene that's been sent me. So you can see it looks like a very nice sunny day. I think this must be you can see that, gosh, they've never had to do that in an inquest before. You can see that there are barriers all around the county, is it the county court or something? County hall. And people are having to show their details as they go into the security guard. This guy here, this is Mark Williams Thomas, or Mark Thomas Williams. That's him there. He's always there, isn't he? I used to have a lot of respect for him, but since he said on his Twitter that he thought that Oscar Pistorius was innocent. I just haven't got any time for him. I just haven't got, because I just don't believe that Oscar Pistorius was innocent. I think he shot his girlfriend deliberately in a rage, and then he sort of concocted this story that there'd been, he thought she was an intruder. Whatever. Anyway, I don't believe it. He was found guilty anyway, so whether you believe it or not, you know, he has been found guilty. So, you know, that's the sentence, that's the verdict. And I watched all that case, and to me, anyway, so Mark Williams Thomas, or Thomas Williams, this guy here, standing in the middle there, he has now come out and said he thinks that Oscar Pistorius is innocent. So he's probably writing a book about him, getting paid or whatever. Let me just see. Stop sharing. Cancel. Did you actually see the picture? Did you just confirm for me that you got to see the picture? Hi, Maltese Cross. Anybody I haven't said hello to yet? Debbie, sorry. In the end, I forget who I've said hello to and who I haven't. But did you actually see the picture then? You can't see it. Right, okay, let's try again. Gosh, it's just so annoying. Share screen. Now. Right, I'm going to have to try this a different way again. You just saw it for about a minute. So Janet didn't see it. Wendy saw it for a minute. Hi, Rachel. Okay, you're going to have to talk between yourselves, and I'm going to find it properly now because this is ridiculous. Can't even find it. It's brutal. I know where it might be. It's got to be there, hasn't it? Photos. Yes. Yeah, okay. Right. Can you see it now? Can you see it now? The trouble is, for me to go onto the chat now to see if you're saying that you can see it, I've got to come off this. But I could do it just for a minute. Did you see it then? Oh, Joanne, thank you for joining. Thank you so much. Yeah, you should be able to see it now. Can you see it now? I'm going to leave it up for a little minute while I just talk. Joanne, thank you for joining, Joanne. But also, I didn't sleep either. I could not sleep. And it's crazy, really, isn't it? Because, you know, obviously, personally, I don't know Nicola. But because of, you know, of how we've been so affected by this case for so long, I literally could not sleep. I could not sleep. I'm like feeling really irritated at anyone who's shown disrespect. You know, people saying she wasn't a real person. There's an inquest going on. Hello, there's an inquest. How dare you say she wasn't a real person? Of course she was a real person. She's got 2 children and a mother and a father and a sister that have probably been, if I thought I couldn't sleep, imagine what it was like for them last night. Makes me so angry. Right, I'm gonna. So, did you see it then? Did you see the picture then? Just let me know that you did see it, at least for a while. Oh no. Hi, idiot simulator. Karen, no picture, no picture. Oh, God, it's just so annoying. Hi, Sarah. Oh. Let me see. I had this problem the other day and I just have no idea why. I don't want a slideshow. I want add to. Opening folders. Right. Now, please tell me you can see that. I think you can see that now, can't you? Yes, you can see the photo now. No, Monica, no. At home with Kiki, hello. Hi, Anthony. Hi, Maggie, again. Yes, Joanna, saw you join to become a member. Thank you so much. Chris, can you see this? You must be able to see it now. I can see it as clear as day on the screen. Yes, yes. Hi, Greek X Stitcher, multi. Finally, the eagle has landed. You know, it's so easy when you know how to do it, isn't it? Though I don't know if I could do it again. I don't even know what I did that was differently there from what I did before. But here we are, finally. So, Silver Moon Warrior, this is the scene outside the inquest. Well, it was about 20 minutes ago I was sent this photo. We can see this is the guy, the security guard, taking everyone's details, because obviously you're only allowed in if you've got your invitation. You know, people were sent an email saying that they were allowed to go, and you could go and you have to show your photo identification and you'll be on the list. So oh, you can see your friend there, Sarah. Oh, right, okay. Well, I know quite a few people that are there, and I lived in the UK. I would have been there, but unfortunately, it's just too expensive to go there for the 2 days. But I've got the next best thing. There are people there that they're sending me things like this. Somebody sent me this photo. I would imagine they've already gone in. This guy in the middle here, this is Mark Thomas Williams, or Mark Williams Thomas, or whatever he's called. And you know, who, as I was saying, I used to have a lot of respect for, but I've sort of gone off him since he decided that Oscar Pistorius was innocent. But yeah, so it looks like, so I'll say the things that I was saying before when I thought you could see the picture, but you couldn't. Looks like a nice day there. People are milling around. I did then ask them, you know, what is the scene like? Are there a lot of people? Every now and again, I'll just check my phone. I have a feeling they might have gone in now. And then once they've gone in, they won't be able to send any messages. In fact, they may well have their telephones taken off them, I think. But I'm sure there'll be a break time that people can come out there, and then maybe they'll have a chance to send me a message of something. Hi, Debbie. Yes, he's always there, isn't he? He's always there. He looks like he's there on his own. I think he's he's probably doing a live from outside the inquest. I don't know. I was surprised he didn't apply for a place, or maybe he did apply for a place, but he didn't get one. So I just have a little bit of tea. In fact, I was going to make a coffee, and I've already had 2 coffees this morning, so I don't really want to be caffeine whizzing, so I'm having a tea instead now. And you know, I would so like to be there, and people think maybe it's not really ghoulish, is it? We want to know what's happened. You know, we've been invested in the case. We've become attached to it. You know, whether it's right or wrong, that's just the way it is. It's come to represent so many different things. It's not. It's obviously it's about Nicola and finding out what happened to her, but it's become to represent so many other things, like, you know, generally the policing, and generally domestic violence. It's highlighted menopause. You know, problems with depression and alcoholism. You know, the sort of also the ethical question of should you release people's personal details like that. I just can't believe that there's other things that they won't. I'm going to just put, when I go back and find that, I should have put that up there. I just can't believe that lots of other things that they say to us, oh, you know, it's not our, look, Joanne became a member. Thank you, Joanne. It's not just all the other things that we're not allowed to know, that we're told, you know, it's none of our business and it's private and this, that and the other. And then something to me that is private was just blasted all over the media. Now, I did hear, and it is a rumour, I have to say it is a rumour, that the person who was going to sell these things to the media is the reason why the police in the end came out and said, you know, told us all about Nicola's problems, is because of Mark Thomas Williams or whatever his name is. So, yeah, a lot of people have been affected by Nicola's case. I think Nicola's case has touched so many people, hasn't it? So Wendy, today I think it'll go on. It'll be like a normal day. They'll have a lunch break. So I would imagine it'd be something like 10 till 1 or 10 till 12, and then there'll be a lunch break, and then they'll resume after lunch, and it may well go on till 5 o'clock. So it's certainly by 4. It'll certainly go on till 4. And possibly 5. I might actually try and find that out, actually, what the full day is. Hi, Sue. Yes, I'm praying for an open verdict, because I think that's the best we can hope for at the moment, isn't it? It is the best we can hope for at the moment, because we don't, to me, I just can't see, unless there's some, as I say, unless there's some complete bombshell announcement within maybe even the first couple of hours, or there's something really big that we don't know, that the evidence that the coroner's got that we know nothing about, unless that comes up, how can it be anything? Oh, David, so there are 16 witnesses. Right, I need to try and find out about that then, don't I? So maybe they are allowed to tweet from in there. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Rachel. Twitter. Let's see what I can find on Twitter. How many? 16. 16 witnesses. Goodness me. Whoa. How? 16 witnesses. How can there be 16 witnesses? Hi, Annie Brown. Let's have a look. I'm going to have a look on Twitter, so you have to talk between yourself a little minute while I try and find out what's going on. can't see anything on here, but that's annoying. Do you know who tweeted that, David? So do you know who's tweeting that, David? It's just, and then I could find it on here because I can't find anything. Let's see who we could think that 16 witnesses could be. Well, you know, at the end of the day, Paul's got to be a witness, isn't he? Because he's probably the last person that saw Nicola. Well, apart from Emma. We don't know if Mark Williams. Right, okay. Yeah, so there you go. He has his uses, doesn't he? I used to follow him on Twitter, but I stopped following him when he came out with all this crap about Oscar Pistorius. All right, let's have a look at him then. Okay, let's see. I've found him now on Twitter, so let's see what he's got to say. Yeah, 16 witnesses listed for today and 4 tomorrow. 16 witnesses listed for today and 4 tomorrow, including Nicola Bulley. Not Nicola Bulley, including Nicola Bulley partner Paul Ansell. So there you go. That's interesting. So I wonder if there's just looking to see if there's any. No. So I wonder if there's how he knows that. So maybe there's a list there. Because I don't think he's going in. Sorry, is that? Oh, right. Sorry, I've just got to answer that. This is nothing to do with the Nicola Bulley, but it's just something that I've got to take care of. That's what I think, Silver Moon Warrior. I think Oscar definitely, we know he definitely shot her, but I think he knew he was shooting her. That story that he came up with afterwards, he was just angry. He was angry and he just lost it. He's obsessed with guns. He'd done things like that before, like just gone off shooting all over the place. And I'm sure he regretted it, but, you know, it made me so angry when Mark came out, you know, for him. Anyway, sorry, I've just got to do this. I've got to send something. So what time are we on now? 23 minutes past 9 in the UK. So yeah, they'll still just be sort of all taking their seats, etc. Doesn't actually start till 10. Wonder what I'm going to check in a minute what time the breaks are and things, because then I'll get an idea of when I'll might get some information about you know, what's happened in the first sort of couple of hours, who were the first witnesses to be called, etc. The inquest I attended all those years ago, I was a witness. I can't remember if there were any other witnesses. I think the police were there. The police were called as a witness because they were the ones that found him. So I would imagine the first witnesses they call are going to be the last people to see her. Elizabeth, I did read your post last night, but I don't mention other YouTube channels at all now, you know, because quite often people say to me, have you seen this YouTube thing or that? I just, I don't, if I like a channel, I'll probably end up mentioning it, but I don't like to go it because there's just so many things that I don't agree with a lot of the YouTube channels, what they're doing. So I don't want to call anybody out or, you know, mention anyone in particular. I just rather not sort of get involved with it. Right, okay, sorry, I've got to just do this. I do it, get it over with, and then I'm okay then. Oh dear. It's supposed to be easy, but actually not. Right, so we'll be with you in a sec. Okay, sorry, I had to send. No, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I'm going to take that comment off because I don't want. I don't want other YouTube channels being mentioned in my chat. I'm sorry. So, you know, please don't, because if you. I don't know what I can do with it, but please don't mention any other YouTube channels in my chat. I'm going to be very strict about that. Okay. I don't like that particular channel, to be honest. Again, it's just things that are made up. I can't be doing with that. So please don't mention other YouTube channels. That's the only thing I would ask. The other thing I would ask, please like the video if you don't mind. So you can see the picture now. That is the scene outside the courthouse, or was the scene outside the courthouse about an hour ago. It's I expect they've all gone in now. Well, no, it's still half an hour to go. I mean, how are they going to manage it? Sorry, I'm just looking at messages that are coming through and things. I've just got to make sure that I don't miss anything. I wonder, you know, what's going to happen. There doesn't seem to be any mainstream press there. I'm really, really surprised. Unless they're inside and they're going to come out later and make some comments. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be like your Sky News and your BBC, etc. there. I was listening to Sky News before. All they said on Sky News is they just mentioned that the inquest was today, but they went into no other details whatsoever. Hi, Rachel. RM42, Paul is going to be one of the witnesses that will be called. Apparently, we've just heard from Mark Williams Thomas's tweets that there are 16 witnesses listed for today and 4 for tomorrow, and they include Nicola's partner, Paul Ansell. Now, whether he'll be there today, no, Elizabeth, I'm not being funny, but I appreciate you doing that, but I don't, you know, it doesn't help me. If you want to send me some information about another channel, best thing to do is to send it to my email. Vicky Marie Chats at Gmail. Anything you want to tell me about other channels, to me, I prefer that you do it there, not in my chat. Okay. but I appreciate it. Because otherwise I have to comment on it, and I don't really, you know, I'm not going to just ignore it as if you haven't made the comment. So I have to comment on it, and I really don't want to comment on it. And anyway, that's not what we're talking about today at all. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Desi. Okay, so I know now I've completely lost my thread again. So yes, so this is what we're finding out at the moment, that there are 16 witnesses listed for today and tomorrow, and 4 for tomorrow, including Paul. So we were trying to think who might the 16, that's a lot. I would imagine that unfortunately probably Nicola's parents and her sister have been called, because they had some contact with her, didn't they, the night before. I would imagine they would want people to the people who are the last people to speak to Nicola, isn't it? So they'll be the witnesses. They'll be trying to establish her state of mind. They'll be trying to establish any worries, of course, the police, surely. And then will we finally find out what the actual timeline? This is what drives me absolutely bonkers, is when they, you know, how many times the timeline has changed, you know, and then the phone moved to the bench and all these weird and wonderful things that the police were saying, because basically what happened, in my opinion, is they went there with just the assumption that she'd gone into the river before they even checked anything out properly. And so then they were left with a load of rubbish sightings that weren't real, and they had to keep altering the timeline. And will we actually find out from the inquest what the actual timeline is, what the real timeline is? Surely that's been established. Surely that's what the witnesses will help to establish. It's like, you know, oh, and then as well, who actually found Willow? So we've got 1 minute Sally Riley saying that Willow was found an hour later, and about a mile away. I mean, we looked, I put that video out that she actually said that. Then it was that Willow had been found by the bench, running in between the bench and the stile. Then it was, who actually, was it Penny who found Willow? Or then Ron said it was virtually, was saying it was him. Who found Willow? Who tied Willow? What was Willow? Then other people are saying Willow was already tied up. So was that Nikki that tied? Do you know? So all that is just all crap. So you know, the actual rubbish of everything that's so confusing. This is what the coroner will be trying to establish. And that, I would imagine, those witnesses, they've got to be people like Penny as well, and Ron. If they found the phone, or they found the dog, whoever actually found the phone, found the dog, Emma's going to be one of the witnesses, isn't she? Because who is the person that supposedly was the last person to see Nicola at the school? Well, that was Emma, wasn't it? And we waved as we went about our busy routines of the day. That's what she said, wasn't it? So surely she's going to be a witness. Oh yeah, Annie, I'll be doing a roundup. It's going to be off and on today, because obviously I think, well, as soon as the inquest actually starts at 10, I might come off the live for a while, because I don't think there'll be any news then until, you know, the break, because whatever's happening inside the inquest itself is going to be closed, and there's going to, if something comes out in the meantime, I will come back on like instantly. Is that what time it finishes? 4 p.m. But there'll be a lunch break, won't there? Let's see if I can find out. Let's see if I can find out. I'm going to stop sharing that. I'm going to see if I can find out. So one I attended, it was just the morning. I think it was. I can't hardly remember now. It was so long ago. diary. I think it'll go on later than 4 o'clock, because I think an inquest can start at 4 o'clock. So surely, but I'm just looking at an inquest here on another site, and it's estimated to start at 4, but it's only estimated 30 minutes. So I think it may go on till 5, because I think, Nicola's inquest, it's a complicated one. There's a lot of, hi Vicky, there's a lot of witnesses. Yes, and you know what? You're right, Silver Moon Warrior, because that's how Nikki was identified. So the job of the coroner is, first of all, to establish who died. Who died? So that's the very first thing that he or she has to do, is establish the identity of the person who's died. So I think they may start with the husky lady. Hi. So I think they may start with the identification process, the dentist who will confirm the dental records. That's how Nikki was identified, wasn't she? So they may well start with that, because the first thing the coroner has to do is establish who died. Then they have to establish how they died. So the cause of death. Now, he will have known that ever since he did the autopsy, like right back in February. He'll know the cause of death. But, knowing the cause of death is not the same as knowing how that cause of death happened. So, for example, let's suppose that the cause of death is drowning, but then he's got to establish drowning where, and then he's got to establish how she came to drown. This is what I think will be, in my eyes, impossible to establish exactly, is how she ended. If he's going to end up saying yes, she died in the river, how is he going to establish how she ended up in the river? Did she fall? Was she pushed? Did she jump? Unless somebody actually saw her fall, be pushed or jump, how could you be sure of how she actually ended up in there? So that's why, in my eyes, I can't see how it could be, unless something comes out of the question, etc. I can't see how it could be anything but an open verdict. And yes, David, there is a Home Office pathologist that's involved in this case, and they're normally only brought in when there is some suspicious circumstances, or maybe they were brought in just to establish whether there were or not. It's very strange. Yes, I did hear that RM42. I've heard, again, many rumours, so I don't know if it's true, that there were injuries to Nicola's head. But the problem with that is, I've read up about this, about, victims that go into the river, quite often injuries can be caused by, being in the river and debris, etc. So again, I think it'd be very difficult. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a coroner. He should know the difference between blunt force trauma and somebody banging their head on a rock. But is there a difference? I don't know. And so many rumours. This is what we're hoping that... I'm just having a look to see if Mark said any more, but I don't think he has. I don't know if he's actually... Oh, he's put a picture up on of the more or less the same picture that I put up, except... In fact, I wonder if I can share that. Oh, God, that'd be even more complicated to try and get it off Twitter and onto the computer, but how can I get that? I could send it to myself, I suppose. Can I send it to myself? Right, I'm going to try and show you this picture that Mark has put up. It's very similar to the picture I put up, to be fair. But oh no, I see my oh, hang on, maybe. Oh, I can probably keep that. I hate doing this technology thing. Oh, there you go. Okay, so this is the picture that Mark's put up. I think you can see it. Oh, look at that. I actually managed to do it. This is the picture that Mark's put up on Twitter. Fair use, Mark. Please don't do me. You probably do me for copyright. I don't know. But yeah, let's have a look at this picture. So yeah, so this must be the entrance here where they've got the security guard. There's people sort of hanging around. I imagine that was quite early this morning. People were there ready to go in, perhaps before the photo that I took. Well, I didn't take, that somebody took and sent to me, and I shared it earlier, which was somebody taking actually a photo of Mark Thomas. Let me see, I'm just checking my thing. So yeah, there you go. That's the scene again this morning outside the inquest. That will be quite early on. I expect it's a bit different now. I expect there's quite a lot of people there. Right, let me just have a look at some of your chats. So if it is an open verdict, SB56 says, will we find out cause of death or any facts, or will they keep it confidential? We should find out the cause of death, but we won't find out all the facts. I looked into that yesterday. It's 75 years an inquest is kept secret. Hi, Linda da Costa. Thank you. Yes. Oh, you're watching from South Africa. Yes. Please press like. Please press like. 75 years before they have to share all the details. Silvermoon Warrior, I think it will be an open verdict, unless, as I say, there's something big that comes out that I don't know about, that they've got, maybe a note, an S note or something like that. Someone's saying there's a Ring doorbell footage, I believe, was found of MB being assaulted by someone. Well, we'll find out. Maybe there is some. I can't believe there is no footage anywhere. If Nicola went to that river, that road she walked along, anytime anyone's been there, videoing the road or, being interviewed by the road, it's the busiest road you've ever seen. There are cars whizzing past every 5 minutes. So apart from actual dash cam footage, I'm sure somebody would have noticed Nicola. There's many reasons why you might notice. If I was driving along, especially you're sort of driving along and going to work, you're sort of maybe a bit, and you're just in that robotic mode, aren't you, when you're on your way to work doing your routine or whatever. You would notice a dog walker for many reasons, like if you like dogs like I do, I would notice. I think, oh, that's a cute dog or whatever, or they're walking very close to the road, or it's so close to the pavement. I think you would notice. A man might notice Nicola because she's an attractive woman walking along with a dog there. Men do notice women that are walking along. Women notice women, might think, oh, then that's a nice jacket she's got on, or that's a cute dog or whatever. So I'm very, very surprised that no one, as far as I know, unless it's going to be one of these 16 witnesses, actually saw her. I just surprises me. Unless, yes, Wendy, she was, you do notice people when you're going past. you just, it's not a conscious thing, is it? You just think, oh, you know, you might think that's a nice jacket, or that's a nice dog, or she's got nice hair, or whatever. I don't know. Always look at the dog. That's me. You know what it's like if you've got dogs, you go walking. So this is what I think has happened here, because, you know, people maybe did see Willow, but you notice the dog more than, you know, there's loads of people I see walking their dogs around where I live in the campo, which is what we call, like, in Spain is the, you know, the country, if you like. You notice the dogs, but you wouldn't know the people if you fell over them, to be honest. And you know all the dogs' names, but you don't know the people's names. It's rare, unless you know them as well from something else, like, you know, you might know them because you've seen them in a bar or a restaurant locally or whatever, or you're a friend of a friend. But really, unless you know them for some other reason, I don't think you would notice the person as much as the dog. So it'd be easy for someone to pretend to be Nicola. Yeah, she was buried very quickly, Angela. But, you know, the thing is, these days, they're so high tech, the autopsies, etc. So they take, you know, it sounds awful, but they put them in it's like an MRI scan, isn't it? They put them in and it scans everything and all the details are there and kept. They take the samples, etc. And then they can release the body. They don't have to keep the body, even if they think there is foul play, because these days, you know, all that is done so quickly because of the high tech that they're using these days. And, you know, those things can be used later, you know, much later. With, not Tammy Daybell, with Helen Bailey's husband who murdered her, and then it turned out he actually had murdered his first wife. His first wife, they had samples, tissue samples that they'd taken when she died, and they didn't have to exhume her body. They actually they thought she died of epilepsy, and they'd taken samples, etc., that were still there. You know, I don't know what they do with them. They must keep them somewhere. And so when they went back and tested them, they saw, you know, more thoroughly, they saw that she had in fact been murdered. So, you know, gosh, I do, you know, I know I keep banging on about, but I do have faith in James Aderley. And at the end of the day, I don't think he's there to cover up for anyone. I know a lot of people talk about Masons and this, that, and the other, and no Masons exist. But I think people are professional. They might. I don't believe in all these conspiracy theories about Masons. I just don't believe in it. But, you know, I could be wrong. I could well be wrong. I know that. So, right, I wanted to come off that. That's it. So, do you remember that case, Desi? Because that was an example of how someone who literally thought he'd got away with murder, you know, murdered his first wife, said he did that 999 call sort of haunts me. You know, he phoned up and said he just found his wife dead in the garden. She wasn't breathing. The responder was trying to get him to do CPR, which he said he was doing, but it doesn't seem like he was even because, you know, didn't want her to survive anyway. Hi, Wendy. So, Vicky, your dad was a Freemason. So it's, you know, what do you think? Do you believe that they all conspire and get together and try and cause? But, you know, I know here in Spain there's a group of lady Masons. You know, it's more of it's like a support group almost. It's interesting. So Silver Moon Worry, you watched a case where she was giving her family antifreeze. Yeah, was that oh gosh, I'm trying to think what her name was. That was a woman, wasn't it? That was a woman and her daughter, I think, killed off the rest of the family. Hi, Diane. Yeah. Well, I know that he hasn't called Peter Falding, Jason, but I know that Jason made a statement, didn't he? Made a statement to the police to say, you know, where he'd seen her and whatever. Maybe that was all they needed. Yeah, I don't know. I've got faith in him until tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. You know, I think if tomorrow it comes up with any of a different verdict from an open verdict, I probably won't have faith in him anymore. But yeah, there aren't any women in the Freemasons, Vicky, but I think there is a women's Masons, you know, like, so there's the men's and the women's, as far as I know, because I knew a lady that was a member. Well, she was a, whatever they call it, one, you know, what's the leader? They've got all these names, haven't they? But I don't know. Yeah, but the main thing for me is, yeah, no dash cam, no witness, unless he's got more information than we know about. Also has, you know, if all the sort of photos, all the information that was given out about Nicola in the first 3 weeks, which of course now there's no information coming out, but all that information that they gave over in the first 3 weeks, they didn't even release any CCTV or dash cam or anything of any day that she'd walked. You know, apparently she did that walk every day, didn't she? So why was there nothing released to say, well, we've got nothing from this morning, but this is the sort of thing, you know, have you seen a woman like this? This was her last Wednesday doing the same walk, for example. You know, we haven't even seen anything like that. Well, thank you, Eve. I'm looking very well. I'm hot and tired, but I just didn't sleep well at all. Didn't sleep well at all. Hi, Jennifer. Look, anyone can make mistakes, but I think, you know, to be a coroner, you can't make mistakes. You can't say something was a certain thing. Like I read out some of the decisions by the coroner previously. I don't think he's shy of giving a narrative verdict or saying that there's no explanation. Sometimes there may be no explanation, if you like, or that would be an open verdict, wouldn't it? So, but yeah, no reconstruction. Oh, thank you. No reconstruction, no Crime Watch type reconstruction, was it? And yet it went on for a long time. That's unusual, I think. And no joint press conference with the police and the family. You know, that's unusual as well, because when someone goes missing, quite often you see a police press conference and the family will be there, and the police sort of protect the family a little bit, don't they? But we never saw that either. So that's quite strange. Yeah, well, do you know Anthony Curtis, who would have, I presume he took I don't know what he took a photo of or what he didn't. Well, the police took all his kit off him. So whatever he had on there, the police will have. But I suppose that's not really in good taste, is it, to show a picture actually of the body? You know, that's not, I wouldn't like that if it was my family member. Well, Jennifer, I haven't seen anything on the news today about the inquest, and I've been looking. The only thing I have seen. Oh, what happened then? Are you still there? Something happened now. You're all still there. The only thing I've seen is just that they're saying, you know, yeah, there is, the inquest is today, but there doesn't seem to be any police there, etc. So what I'm going to do now, where are we? What time is it? So it's just about to start. Yet 16 witnesses today, only 4 tomorrow, and PA included. Wendy, I didn't see that video either. I presume the police took that video off because he said he took it down. Whether he still got it on his YouTube channel, like, because you can take off your videos or put them as private. You don't have to take them off completely. You just put them as private, and that means that they're private and they're not accessible to the public. Now, whether they accepted him doing that or whether they actually made him take him down completely, I don't know. Oh, Rachel, I might be able to put you. What? There's a button. Isn't there? Oh no, that's not. Let's have a look. I think actually on my channel, as you go onto my channel, I think there's a button, but hang on, I might be able to find you a link. Oh, Joanne's showing up as my. Thank you, everyone who's joined and become a member. I do put some extra things up there. You'll have seen. I've got. I may be doing a video soon as well that I'm going to put up, not to do with the Nicola Bulley case, but just something that I'm a bit angry about. I don't only put things I'm angry about up there. I put like just extra footage, like from when I went to Portugal, etc., and bits and pieces, some photos that I don't really like to share so publicly, because you just don't know who's sort of. The reason I set up a members, at the time when I set up the members, I think people were a bit hurt by it. I wasn't trying to exclude anyone. It's just I was trying to create a space where people could really feel safe, like about saying things, but I think actually our community has more or less. Oh, GB News doing. Our community has settled down into a safe community. So, I just try and get rid of, that should be the link. Hi, Caroline. There's Caroline's a relatively new member. Thank you for joining. Yeah, our community has more or less settled down into quite a nice community. I think it's rare that I get a troll. I'll probably get loads now I've said that, but I don't give them any house room anyway. I give it, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I will always let people have their say. But if people get nasty either to me or to the other people in the chat, I just can't entertain that, because there's no reason to be nasty. We all have different views. It'd be boring if we all thought the same about everything. And we're all entitled to the views that we have. And some, you might think, oh, I think that's not the right thing, or you might think, oh, I think that's bloody ridiculous. But still, it's not up to us to tell someone what they should and shouldn't think. Really, all we can do is say what we think, and then maybe they'll come round to our way of thinking, or maybe we'll come round to their way of thinking. So yeah, don't forget to press the like. That's now I'm just going back to Ali. Ali's a member. So you're saying the GB News are doing a commentary on the backstory, and this is what irritates me at the moment, is it's come to a point where whatever I think, the GB News and Talk TV and those channels, which to me sometimes I don't like, because they're so extreme right wing and I'm not, but I've got to be fair, they at least are talking about things that the mainstream, you look onto the mainstream channels and you think, well, they're talking about things which, with the best will in the world, they don't really affect our everyday life. There's terrible things happen all over the world every day, but we can't do anything about them. We want to know about local news. We want to know, and all right, I might not live in Britain now, but I'm still British. I still want to know what's going on there, because it does affect me here, and it affects my family who all still live there. So we want to know about things like that. And the mainstream media, I don't know, it's just, sometimes I watch it and I just think, was that really even important for me? A link I put up about YouTube. I didn't put a link up about YouTube. I didn't put a link up about YouTube. I put a link up to my membership channel. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean, Anthony? I don't link to other YouTube channels. No, I haven't done that. I put a link up to my YouTube channel, to the membership, because people were asking for it. and I showed Mark Thomas Williamson's Twitter so that we could see the picture. So that's basically what I did. Look, this is what I put up. If I put it up again. That should be the link to my channel. Let me see if I can put it up on the actual, there, yeah, that's the link to my channel. Yeah, it's not that there's other YouTube channels that I do or don't like. Most of them I like some of it and not other, you know, but they're like, they do their thing, I do my thing. I don't use other YouTube channels to get my information, or, you know, I do what I want to do. Oh, Mia, thank you. Mia's joined. There you go. She's found it. Right. Let me just, while we're talking on the subject, I'm going to have a little look at GB News. Do you know this case has brought, because I've watched GB News during this case. Oh, yeah, it's Eamon and Isabel talking about the 2-day hearing.
A missing persons case that captured the attention of the world. Back in January, Nicola Bulley disappeared.
Yeah,
she
going
dropped
back
her
to the
2
beginning.
children off at the local primary school and then proceeded to take her dog Willow on their daily walk along the River Wyre.
I do think the bridge is quite scary looking, isn't it? Thank you, Mia. Thank you so much. The bridge looks quite scary to me, and I did wonder if Nicola was to do something like that, wouldn't she be more likely to have jumped off there? But I still can't really believe that she did do that.
At 9:01 that morning, she logged into a Teams call on her phone. 32 minutes later, that same phone was found by another dog walker on a bench by the bank of the river.
So there you go. So she's just said 9:01, she logged on to this Teams call, and then at 32 minutes past 9, the phone was found on the bench by another dog walker. But we don't know still who that dog walker was. Who was that? Was that Ron? Was that Penny? Who was it? You know, who? We don't know.
Within hours, Lancashire police had already launched a search for the mother of 2, and by the following day, a major missing persons operation had begun. Yeah. Helicopters, mountain rescue, underwater search teams.
Yeah. See, this is the other thing that we can't believe is, you know, she's just said it there in all the police conferences. They said there was nothing, you know, according to them, they pulled out all the stops to find Nicola. You know, they called in the helicopters, they called in the Coast Guard, they called in specialist dive teams, they had waders, you know, people wading around looking for her. They had sonar poles looking for her. They had everything looking for her on that very first day within hours. But they didn't find her. They didn't find her. And she wouldn't have moved then unless she went in at a different point. That's the only thing that I thought, you know, but why would she do that? Put her phone on the bench. And then they keep talking about the harness, don't they, being left there? But was it the harness or the lead? That's not really clear. I think all that is very murky. And that is what I hope will come out in the inquest, the actual details of Nicola's final morning, but with the witnesses actually, so we find out who the witnesses were. So I'm hoping like the people that will be there, that I know that are there, they're taking their notebooks. I'm presuming they're allowed to write notes, even if they're not allowed to you know, actually, you know, they're not allowed to record, but I hope they'll be allowed to actually just take notes, note down, you know, the different, the timeline, etc. Surely they're allowed to do that. That's what I'm the most interested in. It's funny because I sent, them like a list. Oh, these are the things that I'd quite like some clarification on. And it was a massive list, it was just a massive list. But of course, the Fitbit that everyone keeps talking about, but nobody really knows whether the police have got it, haven't got it, why couldn't they sync it, etc. Why why is it all this mystery about the Fitbit? It's mystery about everything, aren't they? I just got a message. No, it's not from. So where are we now? What time are we on? So it's 11 o'clock. It's 6 minutes past 11 here in Spain. So the inquest will have started there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go off for an hour. And I'm going to come back on at 12 and see if we've looked. I'm going to do that. Give me a chance to look at everything and just see if I can get any more information, see if Mark's sent any more tweets. I don't know if Mark Williams-Thomas is actually in the inquest or if he's just reporting from outside. So I'll see what I can find out. I'll come back on at, I don't know whether to make it 12:30 actually, to just give them a chance to, I don't think they'll do more than 2 hours without a break. I can't see that they'll do more than 2 hours without a break. So if I come back on at 12:30, I'm going to come back on at 12:30 and we'll see what developments that there are. Yes, Essex Boys Outlaw, that was encouraging because there is, if anything comes up in this case, as the coroner investigates, cross-examines the witnesses, that's probably the wrong word, cross-examine, questions the witnesses, if something comes up like it did in that case that was coroner thing earlier last week, the coroner just had to say, no, stop the case, because it turned out that it was, it turned up things that meant that it was a criminal case. Not necessarily murder, but I think manslaughter, because it turned out that the poor guys had died because they couldn't get out the fire door. So there was a negligence charge there. So let's see. But I will see you at 12:30. I'll be back at 12:30 and see if we know any more. I mean, I can leave it on for you if you like. I don't have to go. But I'm going to put it on the avatar, and then if you want to carry on talking, carry on talking. That's another thing I can do, is just leave it running, and I'll put my avatar on, and I've just got some bits and bobs to do. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it running because later on, when I put it on the channel, I can always just edit out. But so if you want to carry on talking, you carry on talking, so I can see that you're enjoying chatting to each other. So I'm going to put my avatar on for it might be only be half an hour, and I will see you very shortly. Hello, I'm back a minute. So I've just been having a look here and there and seeing if I could find out anything. And the Manchester Evening News are reporting live from there, and they've got a blog going on. And then what was the first thing? Oh, can you hear me? I think you can hear me, can you? Can you hear me okay? I think you can. Yeah, the Manchester Evening News, let's go to that. So there's a blog there, I'm going to look at that in a minute. But the first thing that I see when this girl 24 has been found dead at home and murdered. Just think, God, it never ends, does it? It never, ever ends. Olivia Marsden, 24 years old, tragically found dead at home as tributes pour in. And gosh, it doesn't say that. I'm sure it was saying that it was a suspect. Oh yeah, police launched a murder investigation following Olivia's tragic death. So there you go. There's another one. Right. Okay. So I'm going to go on to the Manchester Evening News. So I'm going back to this share screen again. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Yeah, so this is the poor girl that's Olivia, who's been found dead at home, 24 years old, and a murder investigation started. Can you just confirm for me that you can hear me? Because I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. I think you can hear me. I know you're all hi Julie. You're all chatting between yourselves, which is great, but I just need to know for certain that you can hear me. That's all. Yes. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, sorry. I know you're all chatting in that, but I just wanted to confirm. So, yeah, so I've gone on the Manchester Evening News, and the first thing that greeted me was this picture of this poor girl, Olivia. Anyway, they're running a live blog. Bless. They're running a live blog about the events of the inquest. So let's see. So at 10:20, 3 senior police officers from Lancashire Constabulary have just been brought in. Coroner's officer has just arrived in court and is placing files and documents in front of where the coroner will sit. So that was at 10:20. So that's actually, you know, it was supposed to start at 10. So it obviously is going to start late. Oh, I'm going backwards. Yeah. So it's not even started yet then by the sound of it. So let's go back to the beginning of the day. Yeah. What's the first one? So the first, I feel like I know Rebecca Day, because I'm sure quite often I've sort of things that I've looked at on the news, like the local things like the Manchester News, the Lancashire Live, etc. I think it's this Rebecca Day. She seems to be quite, you know, she gets involved in all these important cases. So at 9:49, the police liaison officers are on site. Then what time is the inquest due to begin? It's due to start around 10 a.m. 10:01, the inquest. This is what we were looking for before, wasn't it? The timings of the day. So the inquest will run from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then there'll be a lunch break. So that's 2 o'clock in Spain. Okay. And then from 2 p.m. till 4 or 5 p.m. That's what we were saying, wasn't it? All those attending the inquest. Gosh, my voice is going already. Will it even last through this inquest? All those attending the inquest are being escorted in and around the building. The vast majority of Lancashire coroner's officers and clerks are here. Security guards are in the council chamber as members of the public start to be escorted in. Gosh, I bet they've never seen an inquest like this in Preston. So at 10:05, witnesses are being brought in ahead of evidence sharing. Witnesses are now being brought into the council chamber. The chamber is a large room with a mezzanine balcony area. The coroner, Dr. James Aidley, will sit at the front with a coroner's officer at his side. Oh, I do feel for these witnesses. I do. I mean, it's not nice. I tell you, it's quite scary when you have to get up and talk about what's happened. Witnesses will take it in turn to sit in the witness box just in front of the coroner, with any family immediately in front of and to the left of the coroner. Gosh, that's so at 10:09, legal teams arrive. Terry Wilcox and Sophie Cartwright KC, part of the legal team representing Nicola's family, have just arrived in court. And they are, oh gosh, I didn't know they would have legal representatives. I definitely didn't have a legal representative when I attended and gave evidence at the inquest. So that's interesting. So they're sat behind where any relatives sat behind where any relatives will be sitting is a row of 10 people understood to be witnesses. Everyone is being brought into the chamber in small groups. Goodness me. And then at 10:12, they said that Nicola's partner and sister are set to give evidence during the inquest into her death. And they're due to give evidence tomorrow. Paul Ansell and Louise Cunningham are both listed as witnesses and are due to give evidence on Tuesday. And then 10:14, they're just talking about the backstory. This is Paul Britton talking about the backstory. The disappearance of Nicola led to intense public interest, a conspiratorial social media frenzy, criticism of police and media, and questions in Parliament. Her body was found in the River Wyre on February the 19th, around a mile from where she vanished, while walking her dog in St Michael's on the Wyre, Lancashire, on January 27th. Nicola left her home with her two daughters, 6 and 9. So those girls, 6 years old and 9 years old. So sad. And people are out there saying she doesn't exist. I'm sorry, I'm not having that. I think it's disgusting, disgraceful to say that Nicola didn't exist. And these two little girls, aged 6 and 9, they've lost their mum. So she left her home with her two daughters, aged 6 and 9, dropping them off at school and engaging in a brief conversation with another parent around 15 minutes later. So what I want to know is, was that Emma? Why don't they say with another parent, Emma White, or another parent, whoever it is? Why don't they say who it is? I just don't understand that. That cannot be, top secret thing. Anyway, presumably there'll be one of the witnesses that will be called. So they're the last person that spoke to her. She then took her spaniel Willow for a walk along the path by the River Wyre. So, of course, Willow is the most important witness, I think. And, of course, Willow is a dog and unfortunately can't speak. But to me, she can speak. She has spoken because she wasn't, she wasn't sat there by the river where Nicola supposedly went in howling like she should have been, like most dogs would do, or they would jump. There's so many photos of Willow in the river. She liked the water. I know it's freezing cold that day, but our dogs, when we go to the beach, we take the dogs to the dog beach, and you go in the water and you try and swim, and they come out and grab you and try and bring you back in. They don't understand that you're okay and that you're in there for a reason. Oh, thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. They don't understand that, a lot of dogs. you know, that. So yeah, we go into the water, and the next minute, and it doesn't matter so much with my dogs, because they're only little. But my son's dog is a German Shepherd, and she comes and she grabs your, you know, your bikini bottoms or whatever, and just pulls you out. You know, it's like, no, you know what you're doing, sort of thing. So I can't believe that if Willow saw Nicola go into that water, that she wouldn't have jumped in after her. And she wasn't wet. They said she wasn't wet. And she wasn't sitting on the bank crying either. So, yeah. Now, we don't know who's been called today, Vicky, do we? We'll find out by the end of today. My chatters, let's call them my chatters, who are there, they'll let me know, if not in the break or in the lunch break, who so far will have given evidence. So we will find out. But, well, you know, Vicky, even if a dog hates water, right? So, and Willow didn't hate water. My dogs don't hate water. But I did have a little dog that hated water. Before I had these dogs, I had 2 dogs. And 2 very small dogs. I mean, the dogs I've got now are sort of medium size, I suppose, medium to small. But one of my dogs, Bella, her name was, she hated the water. You know, she absolutely hated it. And one night we went swimming in August, like at midnight. You know, you go for a midnight swim because it's so hot and the water's nice. So I'm always it always reminds me a bit of Jaws, you know, the film. I'm always a little bit scared of going in the water, just in case there's a shark. But this little dog of mine, Bella, I was in the sea and I was trying to get her to come in. Well, she didn't want to get her paws wet. She hated getting her paws wet. So do you know what she did? She literally jumped from the beach, from just outside the water, jumped as far as she could and landed in my arms. So it was like, I'm not going to get my feet wet, but I want to come and be with you. So I'll jump. That's what she did. So I think dogs, you know, there's not many dogs, especially a dog who did like the water and was always, you know, going in the water. There's so many photos of Willow in the water. She wasn't frightened of the water. So that's you know, that surely has got to be. Do they take? I don't know if they take that sort of thing into account. Well, I suppose not. You can't take a dog's testimony into account, can you? But you can use, if you've got no proof. It's another thing that confirms that to me that she did it. If you've got no proof she went in the water, it's just as ridiculous to say, oh no, she went in the water, when there's no proof she went in the water. There's no proof she went in the water. There's no proof she didn't go in the water. There's, you know, so this is why I feel that it's got to be an open verdict, because to me, unless somebody actually saw Nicola going in the water, unless she actually left a note to say she was going to do something, unless there actually is some evidence that comes out over these next 2 days, I can't see how you could prove that it was S. It was the big S. And the coroner has to prove it. And if he can't prove it, then he has to declare an open verdict and see if things come out later. Lancs Live. Right, let's have a look. So it might have come up on the map. I like the Lancashire Lives, the information that they give, but they have so many adverts, it just drives you absolutely bonkers. Let's see if there's been any... See, really, what evidence can she give? Because she, you know, she wasn't there, was she? I don't know what evidence she can give. Well, I suppose she's the person in charge. So we still wait. Oh my goodness! So at 10:32. Oh no, right. So at 10:20, senior police officers arrive. 3 senior police officers from Lancashire Constabulary have just been brought in, including Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith. The coroner's officer has just arrived in court and he's placing files and documents in front of where the coroner will sit. Well, we saw that earlier. So at 10:32, it still hadn't started. So that's 3 minutes ago. We're still waiting for proceedings to begin. Witnesses are still being brought in, and we don't appear to have any members of the public yet. So I bet they're going through their bags, taking their phones off them, etc. All press and members of the public were required to register their attendance in advance as places were limited. Several members of the public were seen being turned away at the security cordon outside the entrance to County Hall as they had not registered it in advance. Well, you know, as you know, I let everybody know how to apply. I did a video on how to show people how to apply, but of course not everybody sees my videos, unfortunately, because then they wouldn't have had a wasted journey. I hope they haven't gone too far, and also hope they go away quietly. What I would hate to see happen is some sort of a riot outside, you know, or anything like that. I would hate to see that. I think that would be very disrespectful. So the thing is, we've just got to let the inquest take its course, and at the end of it decide then what we think once we've had the result. We've got no choice. That's what we have to do. Now it's talking about Mr. Aidley. He's the most senior coroner in Lancashire and he has a wealth of experience. Readers may have seen him on the recent documentary Cause of Death. He's a former ENT consultant and a barrister. Lancashire also has 2 area coroners as well as several assistant coroners. So that's, yeah, I knew it. He's got a big job to do, but I think if anyone can do it, it's him. He is the most experienced coroner. You know, he's been a coroner for about 30 years, I think. So he's got plenty of experience. So we've just got to rely on him. Just make sure you're all still okay in the chat. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of people, quite a lot of you there. I presume you're coming and going, which is fine. Coming and going, and if you manage to bring any information in, that's great. But let's see. What I said to the people that I know that are going, something that I'd be very interested to see is, yeah, you know, when we talk about the family, quite often the family is talked about. Yeah, God bless Olivia Mia. I mean, very sad. That's another very sad case. It's like it's just one after another, isn't it? You know, when we quite often they talk about the family and we don't really know who they mean by the family. Do they mean Dot, Ernie and Louise, or do they mean all of them? Dot, Ernie, Louise and Paul. And then Emma sometimes calls herself the family, or doesn't bat an eyelid when people refer to her as the family, etc. Or when they refer to her as... right, so there are news reporters inside Sky News, Channel 4, etc. So that means that later we should get some reports from them then. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, as I say, it'll be in the break or at lunchtime, but I think what will happen, it'll be like this, like build up, and then it'll be boomf, won't it? A load of information coming out all at once. Everybody will be trying to tell us. But the thing is, we'll have on this channel some first-hand information from people that are actually there at the court and taking notes. So no matter what the mainstream media say, gosh, sorry, my voice is going. No matter what the mainstream media say, we will get an insight as to what actually really has happened. Right, let's go back, see if there's anything on Manchester Evening News again. No, I think it's... Yeah. Still hasn't said it's even started. So what I want to look at is how can a coroner establish the big S? Because I was reading, the reason that I don't think it's going to end up with that verdict is I was reading that even when it's cut and dried, because I was thinking about that in the case of my ex-partner, it was totally cut and dried. You know, he left notes, several notes to me, to his family, to his children, you know, so it was pretty evident. The police found him, you know, it was pretty evident what had happened, but it still had to be an inquest and still had to be witnesses. And all those things had to be corroborated about his state of mind, because the other thing they have to prove is not only that they did it, but that they meant to do it. Because sometimes people, he had previously to that done things like taken, you know, tablets, etc. But the general feeling from the paramedics that came out was that he, you know, sometimes people do things and it's not a genuine attempt. It is a cry for help. Sometimes that does happen. So people do it, but it's almost, maybe it's a practice, a build-up leading up to the final thing. Or sometimes people just do it without any warning. My partner, he was one of those people who did, you know, they say, oh, people who talk about it don't do it. They do. They do. They do. They may not do it, you know, straight away, but just because you can't assume that because they're talking about it, they're never going to do it. They do. And he talked about it for a long time while we were together. He talked about us committing suicide. I'm not supposed to say that word, about us doing it together. You know, it was terrifying to be with someone like that who was thinking along those lines. Very scary. And, you know, nobody believes you. You know, when you try and say to people, like when we split up and I was like hiding from him, basically moving from place to place to not, so that he didn't know where I was. People don't believe you, even your own friends, because they can't believe that he would do, well, no, he wouldn't do anything to you because he loves you and blah, blah, blah. That's why he would do something. And it's not love, it's obsession. When someone gets obsessed, that is not love. If you love someone and you split up, you wish them the best, you pat them on the head, you say, go and, you know, have a good life. I'm sorry it can't be with me, but I just want you to be happy. That's what you do when you love someone. When you're obsessed with someone, basically what you're saying is, if you're not going to be with me, you're not going to be with anybody else. That's a whole different thing, and it is terrifying. Right, sorry, so I got sidetracked then as usual. How can a coroner establish suicide? Gosh, I keep saying that word, I've got to stop saying it. Let's see. Yeah, they've got to have intent. So it's not only that they've, you know, it's one thing to prove that maybe they've done it to themselves, but it's got to be proven that they intended to do it, not that it was accidental. It literally, let's see what it says here. Yeah, intentional self-harm. So sometimes, you know, if you, gosh, there's lots on this. Proof, the standard of proof is needed to the level of evidence needed by the coroners determining whether a death is. Let me go into that one, that looks interesting. All right, so apparently, so it's always under review as to what the impact is, what the standard of proof is. It's always under review, so quite often it's reviewed and new thresholds are given out. I'm trying to find what the absolute current one is. How do I change? Oh God, it's quite long, so I won't go into all that, but let's see. There is a lower standard of proof now than there was before, but it doesn't actually say what it is. What is, right, standard of proof, let's see if I can find it. Standard of proof. Yeah, and also, of course, the family can challenge it. Sorry, I'm just reading this article here that's on a solicitor's website talking about a particular case where somebody was found in their prison cell. Sometimes I wonder that, when you hear of these things in prisons, you wonder, don't you, what really happened to them. But anyway, what have I got up on there now? Right, sorry, I'm going to go back to the Manchester Evening News and just make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, gosh. Right, so they've arrived together. So Nicola's family have arrived in court. Am I sharing this? Yeah, I think I am. But I don't know if you can read it. Yeah. Nicola's family have arrived in court. Paul is sat next to Nicola's sister, wearing a light blue long-sleeved shirt. He has remained silent, coming into court expressionless. Must be difficult. It must be difficult if we... Gosh, what's going to happen? Oh, yeah. Oh, so you were reading it out, Jennifer. So they've all just arrived in court and they are sat on the front row. I remember sitting on the front row. Paul is sat next to Nicola's sister, Louise Cunningham, wearing a light blue, long-sleeved shirt. He has remained silent since coming into court. Expressionless, he's looking straight ahead to where the coroner will sit. Nicola's sister Louise is glancing around the room while her parents Ernest and Dot Bulley are sat silently. So yeah, so those of you out there thinking that Nicola didn't exist or believing in, I don't believe the psyop stuff, and these are real people, and this is what they're having to face. And even PA, because we don't know for certain if he did anything or what he did or what he didn't do. It's like being thrown to the lions, isn't it? It's not easy. I don't wish those sort of things on anybody. I just remember, I think that must be why they sit you at the front, because I remember sitting at the front and not really seeing what was behind me. I was aware that there was a lot of people there, but I didn't really take that much notice. But of course, it's not like this. But I was aware that my ex-partner's children, two teenage daughters, were in there, so it was difficult. But anyway, nothing like this. Imagine all those people in there. Gosh, they must wonder what the hell's going on. Excuse me. I think it's the air conditioning. It's giving me a dry throat. Yeah, dear me. Yeah, I'm a bit speechless actually, because it sort of just brings back memories. But yes, I wonder if Emma was invited. Emma's got to be a witness at some time, surely, because isn't she the one that saw her and waved at her and went on her busy routine of the day? So surely Emma's got to be there. I'd like to know, and I'll find out off my friends later, I would like to know, I mean, obviously they're all sitting together as the family, like if there's any interaction between them. What do you think? I wonder, what do Ernie and Dot really think about Paul? It's strange that there's never any photos of them with him. All the photos are either with Nicola, with him and the friends, etc., or Nicola with her family. We've not seen, and that doesn't mean there aren't any. I'm just saying that out of all the photos that have come out, and there's been loads of photos, isn't there? Because people in the early days were on the Twitter accounts and the Facebook accounts, and that's probably not many photos that we've not seen that were on public display. Why is that? Do you think they don't like him? And if that was true about if the photo that I was sent that where it looks like Nicola's got a very big bruise on her neck round about Christmas time, if that was true, if that was your sister, your daughter, etc., you would, and you thought that had happened, maybe she stayed away from her parents. Maybe she didn't want them to see that, or she has got long hair anyway, so she could cover it up with her hair. Yeah, I don't know. It's mind-boggling, isn't it, really? I'd just like to know what the interaction is between them. So are they chatting? Are they comforting each other? Or is it very much sort of PA and then Ernie, Dot and Louise like separate? Or is that, are they like a family? Because I don't know that I've ever seen anything to suggest that. But that doesn't mean there isn't. Let's see any development. No, it's still just so. I don't think it's actually even started yet. Still, has it? Well, they've not. Wonder how they're sort of processing this information. Is it? Are they tweeting it, or obviously they've got somebody in there. It says that somebody's commented on it, but I can't find. Let's see. No, I can't see any comments. It says 2 comments. I think you have to log in to get comments. Right, I'm just going to have a look also on Sky News. See if there's any information on there. Oh. Oh, sorry, I've got sidetracked there with messages. Right, gosh, it's easy to get. Hope you're all okay there, aren't you? I know you're all chatting between yourselves anyway. Let's have a look. Aviva Lola, Ansel is a common name. It's a common name in that part of the world. So I don't know is the answer to that. If there's, there was things was he related to the guy that was arrested for drugs, etc. in Blackpool? But I do think Ansel is a common name, to be fair. I don't know much about Paul, like where he was actually born or brought up, or, we know more about Nicola, don't we? That, she was born in Essex, obviously, but don't really know about Paul. I presume he's local to the area, but we don't know anything about his family or, what about his mum and dad or whatever. We don't seem to know anything about that. But it is a common name, but that doesn't mean to say that necessarily he isn't related. I think basically all I'm saying is I actually don't know. There you go. There's another Ansel that Ali always knows about, little Fitz. But we'd have to look into, the actual family tree, etc. And maybe in a future. At the moment, we've all been it's all been about this. So let's have a look. Has it even started yet? Yeah, no, I don't think there's been any update. So I bet they're bringing in now the people. They'll be bringing in, because before that they hadn't brought in the public. So they've brought in the family first, which I think is good. Bringing the family first, they'll be just sat right at the front looking straight ahead, and then the public will come in behind, I suppose, because probably to cause the minimum anxiety to the family. Has anyone ever known anything like this? I mean, seriously, because bearing in mind it's not a murder trial, it's a coroner's inquest. I don't know if I've ever heard of a coroner's inquest that's called, when people are on trial, like Peter Tobin or Ian Huntley or some of them, the Yorkshire Ripper, etc., and they're taken off the trial, and there's always like, big sort of uproar and lots of publicity, etc., and the public turning up and banging on the vans as they go past with the perpetrators in them, etc. But for an actual coroner's inquest, so where it's just to establish really a cause of death, it's not a criminal trial. I've never known anything like. Can anybody think of any? I tell you might know. Ali, you'll know maybe because you know about these things. Any other case that you can think of where an inquest has caused quite so much? Hi, Deborah. Oh, that's interesting, Deborah. Yes, please. Any information will be very welcome, because it's good to hear from people who actually know. Witnesses now. But look, Jennifer's like, hi, Ghost Panther. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Jennifer's reading it out for me. So, Princess Tippy Toes, you shouldn't be having a problem at the moment. Is anyone having a problem viewing the channels? It could be your internet. If you've got a problem with your internet, you want to get one of these gadgets that my son told. Oh, it's brilliant. You just plug into your computer, and it just concentrates your internet, and it makes a massive difference. But as far as I know, hi Chumba, people will let me know. Let me know if any of you are having problems with the chat. It seems to be okay, isn't it? Let me know, because Princess Tippy Toes was saying she's been having a few problems. No problems, yeah. It's a public inquest, but whoever it's supposed to be an open public court. But do you remember any other case that's attract any public inquest that has attracted this much attention, as opposed to a criminal trial, but just an inquest to establish it. I can't think of any similar case, but you may know better. Yeah, and David, lots of missing people don't attract this attention. Oh, you're welcome, Ghost Panther. Thank you for joining. Now, somebody said somewhere there, so Street Hawk said you filmed the area. Yes, because, yeah, always interested in, there's one thing that's a shame, you know, with Curtis, a lot of you know about Curtis Media. I don't necessarily agree with his methods of interviewing the locals, but there's beautiful videos that he made. Very, you know, like and it's anyone who's made videos of the area, it's nice to see it. I think the first time I actually saw the area was on the Sky News. And I just couldn't believe how sort of open it was. And I was thinking, well, surely somebody would have seen her if she jumped into the river. You know, I imagine that it'd be like wooded, you know, and that's why nobody had seen her. So it's always interesting to see oh yeah, Jennifer's updating us here. Legal teams arrived. Terry Wilcox and Sophie Cartwright. So that must be... Let's see. Chumba, you haven't missed too much. It's just really, they're just going in. The actual inquest hasn't started yet. I've got a photo, yeah, free speech and all that. I do. I feel for Curtis, but perhaps he could have been a bit more discreet, that's all. But, I don't know. That's... when you live in a little village, it's hard to explain. I live in a little village, and you would stand out like a sore thumb. You couldn't, if not only Curtis, but anyone who wasn't from my village just walk down my street. Not me, because I don't even look out the window half the time. But the Spanish that live in this village, they all know each other, and even foreign people that live here, they know the foreign people that live here. So there was a new one, like going around, you know, they'd be talking about, it'd be the talk of the village. It would, because small villages, they don't have much going on. So it's like, you know, and gosh, they've had all this drama going on. You know, it'd be like jungle drums, smoke signals going around the village if something happened here. You know, it reminds, that's why I think I have this a little bit of a sympathy for the village, because it reminds me of the village where I live. And they live in that village because they like a quiet life. If they didn't want a quiet life, they wouldn't live in that village. They'd go and live in Manchester somewhere, or, you know, in a bit more livelier place. They live there because they want a quiet life. So, oh, the coroner has addressed the family. Let's have a look. Oh, right, okay. So the coroner is in court and addresses the family. I'm sorry that you're attending court under these circumstances. Now, I could get upset now. I'm just sorry. It's just a matter of time before I get upset, I suppose. So, Dr. Aidley says, I am sorry that you're attending court under these circumstances. You have my deepest condolences, and I would be grateful if you would pass that on to the children who are not in court for obvious reasons. And then the family have told the coroner to refer to Nicola as Nikki. And Dr. Aidley says he's aware there is extensive social media and press interest. I mean, it's like, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? The media interest and the social, you know, like social media, like us doing, you know, discussing this and that, and people might think it's not right. But it's a double-edged sword, because it's because that we care. And I wonder if the family sort of, just want to know, are they grateful that people care, or do they just wish that we'd all just leave them alone? Or, gosh, I don't know. I don't know how they feel it'd be. It must be torture, to be honest, for them to be in there with all those people around them in another way. But will they feel like those people are rooting? They should be feeling that those people are rooting for Nicola. Apart from the idiots, some idiots are out there saying she wasn't a real person and referring to her as bully and can't even be bothered to say her whole name. That just drives me absolutely bonkers. You hear that a lot on the news as well, and things, when people are talking about cases, reporters are talking about cases, and they refer to them by their surnames. It drives me mad. Not if they're talking about someone who's done something terrible, like the actual culprit of a crime, but when they talk about victims of a crime and they refer to them by their surname, I just think it's disgusting. Okay, right, so we've got some information now about day one witnesses. So witnesses giving evidence on the first day. The Home Office pathologist, which they're still not giving a name. It's really, I tried to find out the name of the home. We think we know who it is, but Mr. Aidley would not give me their name. A police diver, Professor Tipton and Dr. Morgan, who are experts in how people drown. An expert on body flotation after death. 9 members of the public who were in the area of the River Wyre when Nikki went missing, and Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith. So these are all the witnesses that will be talking today on the first day. The pathologist, a police diver, Professor Tipton and Dr. Morgan, who are experts in how people drown, an expert on body flotation after death, 9 members of the public who were in the area of the River Wyre when Nikki went missing, and Detective Superintendent Rebecca Smith. The second day of the inquest, we'll hear from a doctor, Nikki's GP, and members of her family. So we won't be hearing from the members of her family by the sound of it until tomorrow. We'll be hearing from a doctor, her GP. So, oh gosh, so, things are going to come out about her medical records, etc. Gosh, what do we think of that then? What, I'm coming back to see what you've got to say. Sounds like it, doesn't it? Might be drowning. The cause of death would be drowning. Thank you, Betty. Thank you for sharing that. You're on, Princess Tippy Toes. You finally got on. Lara, very emotional day. Very emotional day. That's just made me quite emotional with the. Well, it's he's just it's just that little. You can. Oh God, I just don't know how they're feeling. But see, for me, it just, apart from just normal compassion towards people, it does remind me as well. And he, I remember I think. I don't care what anyone says about the coroner. Part of their job is to be compassionate to the families, etc. That is, how they're chosen to be coroners. But yeah, so the family, they've said that they want her to be referred to as Nikki. And it was lovely how he brought the children into it, like to give the condolences to the children. It's the children that get you the most, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's the children. Gosh, all these adverts have just come up. Yeah. I mean, that's a lovely thing to say. I'm sorry that you're attending court under these circumstances. You have my deepest condolences. And I would be grateful if you would pass that on to the children who are not in court for obvious reasons. Well, I'm glad I'm not there, because I'd probably be blubbering by now. And it's just, it's not. Anyway. All right, here you go. So the coroner issues a contempt of court warning. The coroner has taken the unusual step of warning members of the public, if anybody has the slightest inclination or is contemplating disrupting this inquest, they should be aware that this may amount to contempt of court. Dr. Aidley said that if any such incidents occur, individuals will be allowed the opportunity to speak to a legal advocate before being brought before him here at County Court Hall, charged with contempt of court. And the coroner warned that the consequences could be a significant fine or prison. Good. Good, because if anybody, whatever you think happened, or if, we don't like Paul, or we don't like Emma, or whatever, we're not there to disrupt, nobody should be there disrupting the inquest, because that just shows a complete lack of respect for Nicola, or Nikki. So the family want her to be called Nikki. I've got this, I don't know where it came from. I think it's from being a teacher. I find it really difficult to use people's shortened names. I always end up saying their full name. I find it hard to say Nikki. I want to say Nicola always, and not only with Nikki. Right, I'm going to say Nikki from now. I quite often want to say something like, instead of Dave, I like to say David, or, etc. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's my old school thing is going on. Maybe it's just a teacher thing. So, oh dear. It's very, very sad. Oh, Pauline. I'm okay. Just remind, I don't want it to be about me. It just it just brings back memories. So. Just brings back memories. And that's it. It's been so long, isn't it? It's gone on since January, really. If you think you take it back all that time and come into this and find that, it just is very emotional. I think it is emotional for us all. But I don't like short. When I had my son, I was very careful to choose a name that couldn't be shortened. Because some of the names that I was thinking about, trying to think, I can't remember them now, but there's various names. I was thinking, oh no, because that'll get shortened to this, or that'll get shortened to that. So I chose a name that couldn't. Oh, thank you, Desi. I could do with some hugs at the moment. Yeah, would that be nice, Ali? We could do that. We could have a minute's silence at some point, couldn't we? I don't, maybe at the end of the inquest or something like that, or a little, maybe even. I know this sounds ridiculous, but we could do like a completely silent live stream. But then how would we know that we were? I've got to think about that. But yeah, something, some sort of tribute, maybe a silence in the chat, like you say, for a minute at some point, maybe tomorrow, as we get the results of the inquest. We can do that, can't we? We'll do something. It's difficult to know what to do. Right, let's see if there's been any other development. Don't think so. Yeah. So the last thing that's come up there, one witnesses. So the coroner's telling people not to issue. The coroner's issued a contempt of court warning. So that was at 11:10. So that's 5 minutes ago. So no one's actually been called yet. So what was the timing of the? Let's go back to the time, because in fact I need to write that down so I don't have to keep looking down for it. What time the inquest is due to begin? Oh, earlier there was a thing that was saying it would start at. There it is. So this is the timing of the inquest. So it'd be 10 to 1 p.m. But of course it started late, so I don't know how that will affect that, whether it'll still finish at 1 p.m. Lunch break. Then from 2 p.m. until 4 or 5 p.m. Okay, so it's only just really got started, so let's see what happens with that timeline. I might have to go and get some water or a cup of tea, possibly. Yeah, still. So I think while it's just gone, there's nothing else come up on there. Well, actually, I'm just going to go and get a cup of tea. Don't go anywhere. If I stay and chat, I will literally be 2 minutes. I'm just going to get a cup of tea. Annie, I'm not sure what time. I'm sort of playing it by ear a little bit at the moment. I was going to have like a little break and whatever, but I'm thinking when I have a break, that's when my chatters who are there will be able to let me know at their updates and that. So I think I'm probably just going to end up being on live, and then people can come and go as they like, and then the roundup. Yeah, that's a good idea. So at some point, so that's going to be maybe. I've got to wait then to see again that the people that I know that are there, give them a chance to get home, send whatever information they've got. And so I'm thinking about 8 o'clock UK time, which is 9 o'clock in Spain, for a roundup, for a summary of everything. Because some people, of course, will be at work and they won't be able to. Some people are at work and they won't be able to watch anything yet, and they'll want. I'm going to go and make a cup. I'm down for a cuppa, actually. I wish I could make you all a cuppa, but anyway, that's a nice idea, Pauline. You're going to throw some flowers in the river Severn to send love to all those who have drowned in rivers because you can't get to the wire. Well, that's it, does it? Do you know what? You don't have to be in the physical place. Depending on what you believe, I'll tell you what I believe is when somebody passes from this world, they're all around. There are no limits. So my belief is, so it doesn't matter where you are. You don't have to be at the graveside. As long as they're in your thoughts, they're sort of all around you. That's my opinion anyway. So, right, I'm going to make a cup of tea. Yeah, don't worry if you have to leave the live, no problem. Right, I'll leave you to just chat a minute. I'm just going to turn off my camera a sec. Shall I put something on for you to look at? That might be a nice thing to do while I just go and make a cuppa. Let's see, what have I got that I can put on? Let's have a look at some of Emma's interviews we could have a look at. Oh, not that one. No, not that one.
Coping, her children and yours? Yeah, I think children are quite resilient, aren't they? But obviously asking questions each day. I know the girls, when they get home from school, say, any news on mummy? And Paul has to say, no. And Paul says he can just see the little girls just deflate. The little girl saying, "Is my mummy famous?" And what I didn't quite know how to answer that myself. It's for the wrong reasons. Absolutely. And simple, just bring Nikki home. And I've said, we'll bring Nikki home, come to the sofa with the girls, with Willow, and you can have that happy story, because that's what we're keeping hopeful. Coping, her children and yours? Yeah, I think children are quite resilient, aren't they? But obviously asking questions each day. I know the girls, when they get home from school, say, "Any news on mummy?" And Paul has to say no. And Paul says he can just see the little girls just deflate. The little girl saying, "Is my mummy famous?" And what I didn't quite know how to answer that myself. It's for the wrong reasons. Absolutely. And what do you want now? I think it's simple, isn't it? Simple, just bring Nikki home. And I've said, we'll bring Nikki home, come to the sofa with the girls, with Willow, and you can have that happy story, because that's what we're keeping hopeful.
Right, I'm back. Yeah, go make a cuppa. I've got my cuppa. I've got the tea bag in. I'm just letting it brew. If you're from Manchester, you'll know that expression. You've got to let it brew. Oh. Whew. Strong cup of tea. I don't take sugar anymore. I have a sweetener, but I think today's perhaps a day where it would have been quite nice, wouldn't it, to have some sugar. I haven't even got any chocolate in. Okay, let's see if there's anything else has occurred while I've been making a cup of tea. If there's been any more developments on the blog. It's a handy blog that the evening news are doing there. Let's see, I don't think there's been any development. Oh gosh. Now, I have to warn you here because, they're going to give evidence of how Nicola died. So I'm going to read this out, but I want to warn you if you are sensitive, and I might get quite upset as well. So just to let you know this before. So Home Office pathologist Dr. Alison Armour is giving evidence. She carried out a post-mortem examination on February 21st, 2 days after Nikki's body was found. Dr. Armour says there was a bruise on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass vegetation around her foot. There were several other bruises on her body, including both on the front and back of her right arm. The front and back of her right arm. There were no signs of trauma to the neck, the inquest hears, and an internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia. The pathologist goes on to detail the rest of her findings. So when she says asphyxia, what does she mean? Does that mean drowning? Right, someone in the chat will know. Classic signs of asphyxia, is that the same as drowning? Right, where's Ali? She knows. Oh. Yeah, I haven't got a pot of tea. I think if it carries on like this, I might need more than tea. But yeah, chocolate. I haven't got any chocolate. Can't believe I didn't get any chocolate in. But yes, does somebody know asphyxia? Bruising to back and front of arms. That's what it says. Asphyxia. Right, I'm going to share this. I feel a little bit shell-shocked, actually. Yes, evidence from the pathologist reveals classic signs of asphyxia. A bruise on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass or vegetation around her foot. Several other bruises on her body, including both on the front and back of her right arm. No signs of trauma to the neck, though. No signs of trauma to the neck. An internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia. You know, I don't know enough about medical things to know exactly what that means. We're just waiting. That was at 11:24. So, well, I don't know, Princess Tippy Toes, because it says there's no sign of trauma to the neck. There's no sign of trauma to the neck. So how can it be strangulation? Because if it was strangulation, there would be trauma to the neck. Could be suffocation. Of course, suffocation, you know, could be a pillow. Oh, gosh. I feel a little bit sort of strange. Like, so, oh, my God. Sure, well. So that's what I was thinking of. Ali, sorry, I was calling you Ali. I can't get out of it because that's the name that comes up on the thing. But yeah, asphyxia to me would be like somebody putting your hand over your mouth or a pillow over your mouth. Body deprived. That is not drowning, is it? That is not drowning. There's not always trauma to the neck during. I see what you're saying. So I don't know about you. I think we're all a little bit in shock, aren't we? But let's wait and see. Yeah, you're right. It's just started. It's only just started. There's more to come out. So let's see. Classic signs of asphyxia. I would imagine that Nikki's family will have been prepared for this. You know, that will have, because could you imagine just sitting there and then suddenly you hear that? I've got to look this up. Gosh. Oh, hang on. Now it's saying cause of death given as drowning. What? So, 11:30, cause of death given as drowning. Dr. Armour concluded Nikki was alive when she entered the water. She said, I have concluded the cause of death was drowning because of the following factors. The watery fluid within the stomach. The lungs showed typical or classical features we have seen in cases of drowning. What? Okay. So that's what she's saying. The cause of death was drowning. I don't know how that ties in with asphyxia. It seems confusing to me. Oh, they're going to say she fell in, aren't they? The coroner asked Dr. Armour if there was any sign that Nikki had been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. No, there was not, she replies. And the presence of the watery fluid along with the lung changes, in my opinion, confirmed that Nicola Bulley was alive when she entered the water. Oof. And she says, I have concluded the cause of death was drowning because of the following factors. The watery fluid within the stomach, the lungs showed typical or classical features we have seen in cases of drowning. Well, I am a little bit speechless. Classic signs of asphyxia, 1 minute, and then says she definitely drowned. And she had a bruise on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass or vegetation around her foot. Wow. What do we make of that? I wish he would stop doing. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you fall into, but how would she fall into the water? I don't believe she fell into the water. She's done that walk day in, day out for years. That's what Paul said. And her dad said, years. Even her neighbour said, everybody's does that walk day in, day out, and everybody's managed not to fall in the water. We'll see. Dumbstruck. I think we're all a bit dumbstruck, aren't we? I mean, she's saying she was alive when she went. Well, this is what the medical person is saying. She was alive when she went into the water because she had water in her tummy. So we'll see. Let's see. Right, let's see. Anything else they've added? Right, now we've got police diver giving evidence. We're now here. We are now hearing from PC Matthew Thackeray from the police's Northwest Underwater Diving Team. And PC Thackeray has been a police diver for 8 years. Now, I'll tell you, when the Paul and Emma brought in Peter Folding, the police had the right ump. There's a video that I showed of Emma the other day. You could see. She said that there seemed to be some sort of argument between who had the best kit, the police or Peter Folding. And you could see there'd been a little bit of animosity there. And of course, now since Peter released his statement the other day saying that he's not heard from the police, has he, since, since he declared that she definitely was not in the river. So let's see what Mr. Thackeray says. He's been a police diver for 8 years. He's from the police's Northwest Underwater Diving Team. Gosh. Yeah, we've just got to wait till it comes through. Well, no wonder he gave the contempt of court warning because, gosh. I bet there was a bit of a gasp when, well, we were gasping and we're just watching it here on online, going from the pathologist reveals classic signs of asphyxia. Oh, so and then saying that the cause of death was given as drowning. No sign that she'd been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. But see, I don't understand. That's conflicting because 1 minute she was saying there was a bruise on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass or vegetation around her foot. Then she says there were several other bruises on her body, including both on the front and back of her right arm. And then she said there was no sign she'd been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. So, I mean, I'm not a pathologist, but so what? So is she saying then that she got those bruises? I know, I had read that if people that fall into the river, they can end up with bruises and things that are caused by being dragged along the river, etc. So, gosh. Okay, so we'll see what happens. What's our feelings? Let's have a look. I'm going into the... She choked on a peanut, yeah. Yes. Yeah, they should be able... I'm sure they have tested the water. They must have. Yeah, Jennifer, why would she be bruised on her arm and behind the leg? Yeah. Yeah, people do fall over. I've fallen over while I've been walking, but where Nicola was walking, it wasn't right next to the river. It wasn't right next to the river. Okay, Fedra, don't worry. You do come and go. That's it. You've got to go to the bank. You've got to go to the bank. Gosh. I think we're all a little bit. I mean, it's the asphyxia things that got me. Right, let's see. See if we've got the information from the diver yet. I'll be very interested to see what PC Matthew Thackeray has got to say. Yeah, it hasn't come up yet. They haven't summarised it yet. So the key events so far, if you've only just joined in, is that the Home Office pathologist revealed classic signs of asphyxia, also revealed that there were some bruises on Nicola, but gave the cause of death as drowning and said there were no signs that she had been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. And she said that the presence of the watery fluid, along with the lung changes, in her opinion, confirmed that Nicola Bulley was alive when she entered the water. That's what she says. We're just currently waiting for the summary. 11:34, the police diver started giving his evidence. PC Matthew Thackeray from the police's Northwest Underwater diving team, who's been a police diver for 8 years. He's currently given his evidence. We're just waiting for the summary of that. It must be quite a long evidence that is given, because they've been quite good so far at sort of updating quite quickly, haven't they? So it must be quite a long evidence. I presume he's being will he be in like cross-examined, maybe is not the right word, but will the coroner be asking him questions as well, or is it just quite a long evidence to give? Gosh. Very difficult as well for Nicola's mum and dad, of course. Gosh. I just think okay. So if they're going to say she drowned, she was alive when she went into the water. So that's the conclusion that they've come to. The next thing they're going to try and establish then is, did she fall into the water accidentally? Was she pushed into the water? But they said that there's no sign that she was assaulted before she went into the water. Or did she throw herself deliberately in the water? So, okay, let's see what they're going to come up with for that to prove that. Yeah, it still hasn't updated, so. That evidence, Vicky, was the Home Office pathologist evidence. Yeah, it was the Home Office pathologist evidence. So yes, yeah, we're hearing from the diver, but that's taken quite a long time to come through. I'm a bit speechless, because I'm thinking, what? So did she slip and there was no? Sally Riley said at the time, she was asked, was there any signs that Nicola had slipped into the river? And she said no. She said no, there was no evidence that she had slipped into the river. So you know what they're going to say now, that there was evidence. There wasn't. She was asked that categorically at the time when Nicola went missing. Is there any evidence that Nicola slipped into the river? And she said no. Let's see. And so RM42, if you don't want to watch the channel, go and watch another one. You don't have to be here. You know, you'd be welcome to just go somewhere else. To be honest, I personally would prefer it, because I can't be doing with you know, any negative thing from people. You don't want to watch it, don't watch it, or go and get yourself a cup of tea. It might cheer you up a bit. And sorry, Desi, don't take it wrong, but I don't want any other channels being mentioned because of things that have happened recently. I don't criticize any other channel, and I don't endorse any other channel. If people want to go and watch other channels, that really is fine. I would expect that people would go in between channels. That's what I do. You know, you don't just stick to one channel. You go from channel to channel. But I don't want them mentioned. That's all in the chat. That's all I would say. And if people aren't happy with the way we chat in here, I'd rather actually prefer that they went somewhere else, because I don't want to be one of those channels. Thank you. I don't want to be one of those channels where everybody argues in the chat, or people talk a load of shite and then comments get removed. I won't remove a comment, but thank you for removing it. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we've got a little bit of PC Thackeray's evidence. He's describing the scene of the riverbank where Nikki was last seen. He's using a series of photographs to point out the location in the bench where Nikki's phone was found. These pictures were taken to try to show the slope down the banking towards the river itself. So the images are showing the two areas of sloping, with the second much steeper than the first. PC Thackeray said that although the river level was higher than normal, there was around a 1 meter drop the day that Nikki went missing. So yeah, they're going to try and insinuate that she fell down, aren't they? But Silly Sally Riley said at the time there was no evidence that she'd gone down into the river, slipped into the river. So where's the timeline? Where is the timeline that she was ever there in the first place? Oh, right here. PC Thackeray describes how there is a man-made river wall constructed of large square bricks on the corner of the river, which he said he presumes has been done to prevent the river banking being worn away. The coroner asks, if you were in the water and trying to climb out, would it be possible to find a foothold on the bricks? PC Thackeray replies, no, not at all. It's very difficult to get out of the water here. The coroner asks, if you have fallen and gone over the edge of the steep section, are you going to stop before you hit the water? PC Thackeray replies, no, you would just go into the water. The distance between where Nikki was last seen and where her body was found is around 1.5 miles, PC Thackeray says. There is nothing to grab hold of to help yourself back out. I'm starting to get a little bit angry about this because I want to know who actually saw Nicola, or Nikki, as her family want her to be called. Who actually saw her go there? Where's the witness? How are they proving that she was even there? How are they proving that? Where's the timeline? Oh, hopefully that will come up as we go along. But it just feels... Didn't people jump in the water and just show how easy it was to get out and things like that? And there's not... Oh, well, somebody tell me something that... Princess Tippy Toes. I haven't been looking at Sky News. I should get that up as well. So they said there was no evidence of alcohol in her system. No, of course there was no. Do you know that was one of the worst things that was said about Nicola, as if she might have been drinking that morning. No, what a load of rubbish. Oh, thank you, Laura. I didn't see them, but thank you for that. It's not, honestly, it's not, I don't want to delete any, I just don't want this, you know, each channel has got their own thing, haven't they? You know, I don't criticise other channels on here, I don't bring, anyway, we won't get into, Sally said she walked with, yeah, so, if they're saying on Sky News that there was no alcohol in her system, I think we all more or less knew that, or I certainly would have thought that, you know, because if even if she had a problem with alcohol, gosh, I'm a little bit, why didn't the divers find her on that first day then? If that's what happened and she went right in there, where he's saying she went in, or she may have gone in and, you know, not been able to get out. Why didn't they find her on that first day then? They had everybody in there looking for her. Perhaps that's what they could be asked. Why didn't you find her? Why didn't you find her on that first day? Yeah, the wild swimmers, Ghost Panther, they showed how easy it was. I mean, I know it goes to different heights, doesn't it, the river, but everybody was in there looking for her. Everybody was in there looking for her on that first day. All these experts, he was probably in there looking for her. Why doesn't he say why he didn't find her? Right, let's have a look. Any more information? Okay, so for those of you who are just coming in, basically what's been said so far is the cause of death has been given as drowning by Dr. Armour, who is the Home Office pathologist. She said there was a bruise on the back of Nikki's left thigh and grass or vegetation around her foot. There were several other bruises on her body, including both on the front and back of her right arm. No signs of trauma to the neck, and an internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia. Ah, that's right. She said Nikki had not been drinking before her death. The coroner asked her at the time of her death, she had no alcohol in her bloodstream, and Dr. Armour replied, "That's my opinion." That's a funny thing to say, isn't it? That's my opinion. What, don't you know for sure? I mean, you know, you do a test, either she had alcohol in her bloodstream or she didn't. That's a strange thing to say. Okay, so then we've got the police diver who didn't find her on the first day, describing the scene of the riverbank where she was last seen, series of photos to show the slope. This is just fascinating me. So if they saw that slope down the bank towards the river itself, and the two areas of slope in it, why that was examined, wasn't it? So come on, when are you going to come out with why she wasn't found then? You know, he's saying it would have been difficult if you went into the water there and you were trying to climb out. It'd be very difficult to get out of the water. So why didn't they find her? Why didn't they find her? Ah, right, okay. So the water temperature. The temperature of the water when Nikki went missing was 4 degrees Celsius, says the officer. If you're not used to it, then entering water at that temperature would lead to cold water shock. It causes you to gasp and causes your muscles to seize up. We are now watching a video clip filmed on PC Thackeray's body cam, which shows him swimming down the river from the bench to where Nikki's body was found. The video shows PC Thackeray starting from the bench, making his way down the banking and climbing in the water. On the floor of the river, we can see a pile of large rocks with sharp edges. The river is about 4 meters deep at this point, the inquest is told. PC Thackeray filmed the footage on Tuesday, April the 4th, 2023. That was probably the day that Maria Solars, she saw them there, didn't she? This coincides with the statement issued by Lancashire Constabulary and the coroner after speculation mounted when the divers were spotted having returned to St Michael's on Wyre. Okay, so why wasn't she found? So what he's basically saying is she's gone into the water, she's had this cold water shock and drowned, and but they never found her. So police evidence continues. PC Thackeray tells the inquest, "It's my belief that if she did fall in, she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow. But nobody could find her. So she was floating and being pushed along the flow. Let's imagine that she did fall in, she did drown. He seems to be saying that it would have happened quite quickly. If she did fall in, she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow, but nobody could find her. The waders, the Coast Guards, Peter Falding, the police divers, everything that they said they were doing to find her, they couldn't find her, but she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow." Okay, well, we'll see. So what's going to come next from that then? Because we know from other sort of videos we've seen with experts talk about what happens when people drown. They go to the bottom. They go to the bottom. So once they drown, they go to the bottom. So why was Nikki not found? Why was she not found? It's my belief that if she did fall in, she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow. But people were there walking their dogs. Why did they, wouldn't they have seen her? Wouldn't they have seen her? I mean, am I being ridiculous? Or, I'm just thinking there you go. That's the river where lots of people go and walk their dogs. People came and found Willow and found this and found that. And then everybody was there looking for her. He's saying that she would be floating and pushed along the flow, but nobody found her. It's weird, isn't it? Let's see. Maybe we should wait to hear all the evidence. And actually, do you know what, Pauline, you're right. The river wasn't flowing. It was as still as anything. But all right, we know it's tidal. That's what they kept saying. It's tidal. It can go backwards and forwards, etc., etc. If that had happened, let's just suppose that she did slip in. I just don't know why her body has not been found. Why has her body not been found? Got stuck in the mud. She could have, when she might have got stuck in the mud, but why was she not found? Don't you see what I'm saying? It's not a massive stretch of river that they searched, and so many people searched it, and so many. I just don't I'm not even saying that she didn't fall in there. What I'm saying is, why wasn't she found? If she got stuck in the mud, why was she not found? So did they just not search properly? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not even about whether she fell in or not. It's about why she wasn't found. Yeah, and if I don't know. Anyway, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. You know, Desi, not only Peter said that people would sink to the bottom, not float. All experts have watched a couple of videos on that from experts who've said that that's exactly what happens when someone drowns. They float. They don't float to the bottom. They sink to the bottom. And yeah, what would the dog have done? The dog would have just done nothing. The dog who likes swimming. I mean, I know it was cold, but come on. Right. Okay. Well, that's just a couple of witnesses, so we've just got to keep. Okay. So the latest, if you're just coming in, and every now and again I have to give a summary, which. I'm sorry for those of you who've already seen it or whatever, just a quick summary. So the inquest has started. The Home Office pathologist has declared the cause of death as drowning, and no evidence that she'd been assaulted before she drowned, although there are bruises. She did go into some bruises, etc. No alcohol in her system, in her opinion. I mean, I don't know why that can't be a scientific fact. Either there was alcohol in the system or there wasn't. And then they've been hearing from the police diver, who's been a police diver for 8 years. He showed a series of photographs to point out the location at the bench and the steepness going down the slope. And he said the river level was higher than normal. He then went on to say that if you were in the water and trying to climb out, you wouldn't be able to get a foothold to get out. He says it's difficult to get out of the water. And if you'd fallen over and gone off the edge of the steep section, would you stop before you hit the water? And PC Thackeray says, no, you just go into the water. There's nothing to grab a hold of to help yourself back out. So that's what he said. He then showed a video clip which he filmed on his body cam. Oh, so they had the body cam working for that, but not at the domestic incident on the 10th of January. They haven't even mentioned that. Whether they're ever going to mention that, I don't know. So they've watched a video clip filmed on his body cam which showed him swimming down the river from the bench to where Nikki's body was found. The video shows PC Thackeray starting from the bench, making his way down the banking and climbing into the water. On the floor of the river, but he climbed into the water. He climbed into the water. Anyway, on the floor of the river, we can see a pile of large rocks with sharp edges. The river is about 4 meters deep at this point, the inquest is told. PC Thackeray filmed the footage on Tuesday, April the 4th. So that was the footage that we saw that Maria filmed of them being in the water, which we would never have known about otherwise. He says that the water temperature was 4 degrees Celsius when Nikki went missing. And if you're not used to it, then entering the water at that temperature would lead to cold water shock. You would gasp and your muscles would seize up. He then said, it's my belief that if she did fall in, she was probably floating and being pushed along the flow, but nobody saw her or nobody found her. Okay, then he goes on to say, PC Thackeray explains that the riverbed does eventually slope up to allow you to stand, but this is approximately 40 metres downstream from where Nikki is believed to have entered the water. It took him 3.5 minutes to get to this location, although he said the speed of the flow was 1 ms or 2 knots on the day she disappeared. PC Thackeray says it would be 2 to 3 minutes before the river would bring you to the first point where a person could climb out. That's an awful long time in very cold water, the coroner commented. Around 100 metres from where Nikki is believed to have entered the water, there is a small island. At this point, PC Thackeray is unable to reach the bottom. The river is about 2 metres deep at this location, the inquest is told. Okay, so it still doesn't answer the question as to why she wasn't found. Then he says, PC Thackeray pointed out that some overhanging trees as he allows the flow of the river to take him downstream. He explains he has done this rather than swim down to illustrate how, even when it is moving slowly, the river flow will take someone downstream. His feet still can't touch the bottom. Yeah, I saw that where he was floating, wasn't he? He was floating that video footage that Maria took, and he was sort of lying back and floating like that. You know, he was obvious to everyone's view. You know, he wasn't hidden. So why did nobody see that? That's a place where people are coming and going all the time with their dogs, and nobody saw it, and then she wasn't found. Well, let's have a look what you're all talking about. What do you think? Yes, so 23 days, floating for 23 days. We should be. Oh, Charlie's just checked on Google. You can survive 15 to 30 minutes in 4 degrees water if you're swimming. Well, people do swim like the Channel and things like that, don't they? I know they're prepared for it and what have you. Listen, Nikki, she may have fallen in the water. Still does not take away from the fact that she was not found for 23 days. If what happened was what he's saying that happened, that she floated down and around, even if she drowned because of the cold water shock, even if all that, why was she not found? All the searches that were done is basically what he's saying is his divers are incompetent. Peter Folding's incompetent. All the waders, all the sensors and things that they sent out, the Coast Guard, all the people that were out there are all totally incompetent. I mean, come on. Yeah, and why didn't she? I think that's a good point, Annie. Why was her phone on the bench if she slipped and fell? Why wasn't she holding her phone, or why wasn't the phone in her pocket, or and she was a strong swimmer. And one good thing that's come out of that testimony that's just been given now is no alcohol in her system. So all those aspersions cast about her having problems with alcoholism, etc., a load of bollocks. And yeah, why didn't the dog bark? Even if the dog didn't go in because it was cold, why didn't it bark? Why did it not cry? You know, what did it do? Just sit there and watch her go in? I mean, come on. We were talking about that earlier. You know, there's no way that dog would have just sat there and watched that happen without at least barking and crying or... So, well, let's see. Let's go back. I personally, this is like the police narrative, isn't it? They want, what are they trying to, they're trying to prove that they were right from the beginning. But they still have not either pointed out I just want to know who saw her there in the first place. Nobody saw her there. Overhanging trees, yeah. We're still up to overhanging trees. What is he trying to sort of illustrate there? Because he's illustrating that maybe she fell in and she couldn't get out, but he's still not explaining why nobody saw it happen. Nobody heard the dog crying. We're talking about 10-minute window, aren't we? Because they were saying it was like 10 minutes. Time unaccounted for. So in that 10 minutes, nobody... Oh, God. So conflicting everything. You know, I want to know what the actual timeline is. I mean, was Willow found there straight away, or was Willow found an hour later that Sally Riley said in one of the press conferences that she did? What is the true thing? Was she tied up or wasn't she tied up? Who found her? Who found the phone? Who phoned the school? You know, okay. So now we're talking about the weir. So PC Thackeray now discusses a weir. The water flows fast over the weir and below the weir. The river is tidal, he says. He goes on to point out several snag hazards, such as fallen trees and vegetation. Sorry, I'm just starting to get a little bit angry now and upset. He goes on to point out several snag hazards, such as fallen trees and vegetation, which weren't searched by the police when they arrived at the scene and started diving at 4 p.m. on the day Nikki went missing. However, the fire service did search this area in a boat, the inquest is told. So basically what he's saying, that she might have been snagged, you know, that by then if she had drowned, she may have been, there was these snag hazards such as fallen trees and vegetation that weren't searched by the police. So do you want to tell me why they weren't searched by the police when you thought right from day one, from minute one, that Nikki had gone into the water, but you didn't bother searching the snag hazards? However, the fire service did search this area in a boat. So what does that mean then? So basically they're saying they didn't search. Are they saying she went over the weir then? Oh. Do you know, I don't think this is total, it's not corruption to me. It is just incompetence, complete incompetence. You know, he's an expert, they're experts. Sally Riley said they'd had everybody out there searching for Nikki with the waders, the sonar things, the bloody, you name it, they were there searching for Nikki. And now he's saying they didn't search the snag hazards. However, the fire service did, but they didn't find her. They still haven't proven to me that she was even there in the first place. Are we all okay, or are you all getting as angry as me? I mean, it's just, Yeah, what's he saying now? He's like, yeah, the fire service. The fire service's fault. We didn't search, so it's not our fault because we just didn't even fucking bother searching in the first place. But fire service searched and they didn't find him. Peter Folding searched, and so it's all their fault. So a little bit mad, Jackie. I'm starting to get really angry at just the casualness of saying that. Or well, there's these snag hazards, but we didn't search them, even though from minute one, they said she'd gone into the river, but they didn't bother searching the snag hand. So they went back in April to check these things, but at the time they didn't check for them. Come on. Oh, dear me. Very, very annoying. Incompetence, total incompetence in my eyes. Let's see what else he's got to say. Not looking good, PC Thackeray. You're supposed to be an expert. Basically what you're saying now is all this you looked into after, but at the time when you were supposed to be actually looking for it, you didn't bother. Oh, sorry, hang on, I've just got to look at something on my phone. Oh, I wonder how Nikki's family are thinking about this. They must be thinking, so he left us for 23 days wondering what had happened. And now you're saying that you didn't search. Hell, man. God. Oh, gosh, I frightened myself to death then. Yeah. So, yeah, we just, 23 days, we didn't search. But the fire people did, so if they missed it, it's their fault. Peter Folding's fault, etc. But not our fault, but we didn't search. Yeah. I think we're all a bit angry at the moment, aren't we? Can we appeal? Yeah, well, we've got to see what happens in the end. So, yeah, it may well be, to be honest, that the fire service... What is it going to be like? Some sort of bun fight between them all as to say who's the least incompetent? This thing about the blue glove, I don't. Is that been confirmed that there was anything about a glove or a boot or whatever? I've not seen anything official confirmed about that. But yeah, they're passing the book. They're going to pass the book in between them all. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they didn't allow Peter Folding to go in, and then they could have blamed it all on him, couldn't they? Or they just left him out so they can blame it on him. I don't know, but unbelievable. There must be some gasping. No wonder he warned people about contempt of court. I bet people are going mad. It's winding us up. And imagine if you're actually there and you're like, what? Okay. So he hasn't said anything more yet. So while there's a little lull, I just acquaint anyone who's just joined us what's going on so far. So no alcohol in Nikki's system. However, they think the classic signs of asphyxia, but the conclusion that the Home Office pathologist came to is that she died of drowning. She had some bruises, but she didn't think that Nikki had been attacked before she went in the water. What were the other things? There was quite a few things. Then we've been listening to the police diver give his evidence, saying that it's very steep, and if somebody fell into the water at the point of the bench, they would have found it difficult to get out, etc. And that's what he went along to do, that test of floating on the top of the water to see if he could get out or whatever. And the water was 4 degrees. centigrade, so that would be very cold, etc. And then he went on to say that there were some snag points, but they weren't searched by the police on that day, but the fire service searched them. So that's the last thing that he's just said. He's talking about the weir. He says the water flows fast over the weir and below the weir. The river is tidal. There are several snag hazards such as fallen trees and vegetation which weren't searched by the police when they arrived at the scene. Oh, one of my dogs has just come down and started diving. But so the police didn't search, but the fire service did search the area in a boat. That's where we've got to so far. So it just sounds like they didn't search very well on the day. Even this is what I can't get over. They're so determined, even from that minute one, that Nicky had gone into the water. But now what they're telling us is that they didn't search the snag hazards. So if they were so 100% certain that she had gone in the water, why didn't they search? They said they did. You know, they said in all the police conferences then after that, all the things that they were doing and the people that were looking and the Coast Guard and the fire service and the waders, and they said they were doing all that, but now it seems like they didn't. So they left, if it's true, what he's saying, that she slipped into the water, they left Nicola's family 23 days before they found her. They never seem to look that hard to me. Anytime I say, like, you'd see, oh, we are. Police evidence continues. So at 12:21, the last update, PC Thackeray is asked about his experiences of deaths by drowning, where the water depth is sufficient to be able to stand up. He says, I have attended a number of deaths where the water is chest deep. So I'm trying to imagine that. I mean, he's probably quite tall. Of course, there's a difference between his chest deep, probably, and my chest deep, because I'm short like Nicky was. But I've attended a number of deaths where the water is chest deep and with a flat bottom with no flow to the water. You could avoid drowning by keeping calm and standing up. However, it doesn't happen like that when you suddenly enter cold water. You gasp and you breathe in water, and these drownings could have been prevented if they had kept calm and kept your head above the water, but it's never that simple. In this case, you can't put your foot down. The river was moving, and even if you got to the point of safety, it's difficult to climb out. Okay, fair enough. But so nobody saw that though then? You know, that nobody saw that. He said that she's floated down the river, but nobody saw it. Nobody heard her scream. The dog didn't cry. We still don't know who actually even saw her down by the river in the first place. Okay. So the water is chest deep and with a flat bottom with no flow to the water. You could avoid drowning by keeping calm and standing up. Well, you know, I expect she didn't keep calm. If she did fall into the water, she was probably scared and that, but she could swim. She could swim. What were you all thinking in there? Let's see, I'm going back to the chat now. So Julia, family and friends, said she was very careful while out walking and didn't go near the river. But see, this is the way I look at it. You go there, you know, maybe I would go there, and maybe, yes, Mrs. Unique, so far it's saying that she drowned, and we're going into the details of it. Yeah, so if I went walking there, I don't know that area, I don't know the river, I could probably much easier fall in than someone who did know the area. But even Nicola's relatives, Nicola's neighbour, didn't she? She said, We all do that walk every day and we've all managed not to fall in. So the ball in the water, Pauline. Well, there was no ball, according to Emma. Definitely no ball. Definitely no ball. And I'm not being funny, but if you've got a tennis ball and it goes into the water, are you really going to risk your life for a £2 tennis ball that you can get? You're really going to just go and try and get a tennis ball. It's not made of gold, for God's sake. You just think, oh, that ball's gone. We've lost loads of things in the sea. You throw things for your dog when you're at the beach. And often they get sort of like sidetracked with other things, so they don't bother going and fetching it. Well, you're not going to go and swim out to get a plastic ball that you can, get. And, well, her fit. So Lady Dog Lovers saying her fit. Well, they haven't mentioned the Fitbit yet, but the Fitbit does my head in because everyone talks about it, but we haven't seen any evidence of that either. But what she's saying is her Fitbit tracker showed she normally walks zigzag across the fields, keeping away from. Yeah, you don't actually have to go anywhere near the river's edge, do you? But what if she was pushed in? See, this is the whole problem that I think that the coroner has got. How is the coroner going to prove that she fell in? Even if it's proven that she drowned, or even though if he decides that, yeah, she drowned, how will he know how she ended up there in the first place? How would they know? Yeah, and as Beverly says, 40 detective media blackouts, gagging of free speech, all for a simple case of drowning. Yeah, she could have been pushed in. I thought that is the last push. The last push could have happened, but Jennifer, how many toys, balls, things for your dogs and what have you do you live? If I put all the money together for every toy that I've ever bought for the dogs, I'd probably be a millionaire. But they're always losing them. You throw them in the cat. You throw them and then you can't find them. Or they go in, I don't know, some water or whatever. They're not worth like risking your life to try and get a ball. But wouldn't they have found the ball? Anyway, let's go back to it again and see if there's any. Okay, right. So we still are. Now we've got the KC, the barrister, Sophie Cartwright, the barrister representing Nicky's family, is now asking PC Thackeray some questions. He needs asking some questions. He says that his advice, if you fall into cold water, is to float. If you try to swim, you are impaired, he says. Your muscles seize and you tire very quickly. So this guy's supposed to be an expert. He's been doing this for 8 years, but they still didn't check the snag. The bit that he admitted were places where a body could get snagged. They didn't check that. The snag hazards, the fallen trees and vegetation. He's some sort of expert, supposedly, but they never check the snag hazards. Okay, so there you go. We've got some advice there from PC Thackeray. I think we all don't like him already. If you fall into cold water, float. But, I'm not being funny, but who's going to fall into cold water? When is that going to happen? Nicky had made this walk, as I say, day in, day out for years and years and years and never fallen in the river. Nobody's fallen in the river. All the people that walk there every day, Ron, he's quite an old guy, whatever, they haven't fallen in the river. Okay, now we're getting some more expert evidence being heard. We've got Professor Mike Tipton from the University of Portsmouth and Dr. Paddy Morgan. They have jointly produced a report looking at the mechanism by which a person dies from drowning, and they are giving evidence together. Professor Tipton has published more than 750 papers on the physiological response to extreme environments such as cold water. Dr. Morgan is a consultant anaesthetist. Oh God, I hate that word. It's so difficult to say. Anaesthetist. Anyway, he is also medical director for His Majesty's Coast Guard. So bearing in mind the Coast Guard were there as well. Everybody was there on that first day. And he says that he and Professor Tipton lead the world in terms of expertise. What, he says that himself? He and Professor Tipton, oh, so there you go. World leading, world beating. I remember he used to say that during COVID, etc. World beating. So he's saying this himself, not somebody else saying it about him. He's blown his own trumpet here and saying he and Professor Tipton lead the world in terms of expertise. So let's see what they've got to say then. So basically what he's saying is that whatever we say, you've got to just believe it because we lead the world in terms of expertise. Well, maybe they do, but we'll see. I mean, do you think, I don't know, will he contradict? Oh, I don't know. Come on, let's have your expert evidence. Gosh. Yep, there's no praise like self-praise. Well, I'm a world-beating teacher. I lead the world in expertise with teaching Spanish. I mean, what a thing to say. You know, we are world leaders. Somebody else could say that, you know, if the coroner might even say that, but I don't think you're supposed to say that about yourself, are you? You know, it just seems a bit like, you know, it doesn't bode well, does it? Because as soon as you hear that they're saying that about themselves, you think, okay, obviously think of what. Well, yeah, you're right, Rooster. Peter Falding is an expert. He didn't go around saying what an expert he is. It's like, you know, everybody else says what an expert he is, and yet his testimony was completely discounted. Do you think people are getting annoyed? I don't know. I'll find out when I get to talk to the people that I know that are there. I'll get to find out if there's been like lots of gasps or what the family's reactions has been, etc. Yeah, let's see. Has it come up yet? No. So they're giving evidence together. Expert evidence is now oh no, that's yeah, they're giving their evidence now. We haven't had a summary. So I'll go back to just giving a summary of what we've heard so far for any of you that are just coming in. So the cause of death has been given, well, it was given as asphyxia and drowning, which I thought they were separate things, but apparently they're not. No sign that Nicola was attacked before she went into the water, although she did have several bruises. Then the police gave their evidence, the police diver. His evidence, basically, I think he's more or less saying that she could have slipped down the bank and she wouldn't have been able to get out. In his opinion, she would have floated down the river. But he has no explanation of then, if that was true, why she wasn't found or nobody saw her. You know, you know, all sounds very plausible what he's saying, but then, you know, why wasn't she found for 23 days when he's saying this is exactly what happened to her? So, and what's currently happening at the moment is Professor Mike Tipton And Dr. Morgan, who they are declaring that they lead the world, or Dr. Morgan declares that he and Professor Tipton lead the world in terms of expertise about. They produced a report looking at the mechanism by which a person dies from drowning. They're giving evidence together. Professor Tipton has published more than 750 papers on the physiological response to extreme environments such as cold water. Now, bearing in mind that apparently on the day the water was 4 degrees centigrade. And then the other guy is Dr. Morgan, a consultant anaesthetist, and he's medical director for Her Majesty's Coast Guard. And he says that he and the other guy, Professor Tipton, lead the world in terms of expertise. And they are the people at the moment that are giving their evidence, and we're just waiting for the, there'll be a summary of that evidence of what they think. And actually what I'm going to just look at while they're doing that, while we're waiting for that, is I'm going to look to see how long you can survive in 4 degrees. Well, what? Yeah. Here it's saying that because Charlie also looked at this earlier, and that's what's given me the idea. So thanks for that, Charlie. So 0 to 4 degrees Celsius, 15 to 30 minutes before exhaustion or unconsciousness. Expected survival time 30 to 90 minutes. Yeah, so that's actually quite a long time, isn't it? But anyway, so PC Thackeray seemed to think that Nicola wouldn't have been able to get out of the water, but they didn't bother checking the snag risks bits and things when they searched, but he said that the fire department did. So basically what he's saying, it's not our fault we didn't find her because we never looked in the first place. So it's not our fault we didn't find her because we just didn't bother looking. But the fire department looked and they didn't find her. And of course Peter Folding looked and he didn't find her. So it must be their fault, but it can't be our fault because we never bothered looking in the first place. Gosh. So we still haven't got any update on that. Let's have a look what you're all saying. So yeah, what were the bruises? What were the bruises? You know, are they? How would she? Oh, look at that, Essex Boys Outlaw. So Sky News now are talking about disturbances outside and having extra security in place. Let's have a look. I would imagine there's quite a lot of disturbances going on because people are going to be angry. Because, well, let's see what Sky News have got to say. Can't wait to find out from the people that I know that are actually there exactly what the scene is like. I know, you know, I thought there's going to be some problems there. So apparently earlier people were turning up without, you know, people were turning up even though they hadn't been given a place at the inquest. You know, so there was a lot of people being turned away because they hadn't applied for a place and they didn't have a place. So let's see what we've got here. Yeah, they're talking about no evidence Nicola Bulley was harmed before she drowned. Oh, okay, let's go. So now we're going to hear, sorry, I was looking at Sky News, but I'm going back to the Manchester Evening News. The inquest was told that Miss Bulley would have drowned, so Nikki would have drowned in 1 or 2 breaths. Professor Tipton, who is world-beating leading, because he told us he was, the lethal dose of water into the lungs with fresh water is 2 litres. In that first breath, for a person of similar weight to Nikki, you would have taken in 1 to 2 litres. So it would only take maybe 1 or 2 breaths to cross the lethal dose. Professor Tipton is shown what Nikki was wearing on the day she went missing. Oh, well, good. Are you going to tell us what she was wearing? Because that's something else that they told us all different things. We never got to grips with the actual, what was she actually wearing? They changed that about 3 different times. There was no real protection in the clothing that Nikki was wearing on the day. Water would very easily get under that clothing. He goes on to explain that when a person enters cold water, their heart output and blood pressure increases, and they have no control over their breathing. Okay, there you go. That's the expert. Right, I'm going to go back to Sky News now and have another look what they're saying, because I want to see what they're saying about disturbances, if there are any. So the thing is, you only get the narrative from the mainstream media that they want to give you. So I'll be interested to see what the people I know that are actually there are going to tell me about what the scene is like, what the actual scene and what people's reactions are to these things that are coming out. I can't see anything here about. Yeah. So I'm not going to actually put Sky News on because we'll just look through it. We'll go on the updates that we get from Manchester Evening News because they've been quite good, I think. And then when it comes to the lunch break, I am going to go off then for a while. So because I'll need to have some lunch. We'll all need to have some lunch, won't we? And when it comes to the lunch break, I'll come off, and then I'm hoping that I might get some news directly from there during the lunch break. I'd be very interested to see what the reactions are actually in the court to these things that they're saying. So they've sort of summed it up here again. Key events for those of you that are just coming. You can see there's a lot of you. There's so many people that are interested, and you're probably, like me, having a look at all different, trying to look at all different updates. But basically, so we've got the evidence from the pathologist reveals classic signs of asphyxia, cause of death given as drowning, no alcohol in her system. In her opinion, I just still think that's quite strange. No alcohol in her opinion. Well, didn't she do a test? I mean, did she have it or didn't she? Anyway, inquest told Miss Bulley would have drowned in 1 or 2 breaths. All right, here's another update. Those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. As Professor Tipton was asked how a person would respond psychologically to entering cold water. I know that I'm not going to like this, but anyway, he says, you are absolutely preoccupied with the challenge you are being presented with. Those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. We have heard people talk about routes to grab onto and points of safety, but you would not be thinking about that. You are preoccupied with attempting to hold your breath and get back to the surface. There is no normal, logical cognition going on. You are absolutely distracted, and entering such water is a painfully cold experience. Right. Okay. Okay, well, he's the expert. He's told us he is. So what can we say? I'm just wondering, who is this guy again? Let me see. So was it Professor Mike Tipton? Yeah, Professor Tipton. So he's from the University of Portsmouth. And him, along with Dr. Paddy Morgan, jointly produced a report looking at the mechanism by which a person dies from drowning. Okay, and he has published more than 750 papers on the physiological response to extreme environments such as cold water. Okay, so he's saying, if you go into the water, you're absolutely preoccupied with the challenge you're being presented with, and those first seconds in the water, people really aren't considering anything else. We've heard people talk about routes to grab onto and points of safety, but you would not be thinking about that. You are preoccupied with attempting to hold your breath and get back to the surface. There is no normal, logical cognition going on. You're absolutely distracted, and entering such water is a painfully cold experience. I should imagine it is a very painfully cold experience. I'm presuming that after they've, said all this, they're going to tell us why Nicola wasn't found for 23 days, then, if they're convinced that this actually happened. Yep, he's the world leader, self-proclaimed world leader. So, we've got to believe him, haven't we? But when are they going to tell us? I'm sure he is an expert, Vanessa. Of course he is. But like you said, it's just no need to say so himself, though, is it? But I suppose he's just trying to, assert his knowledge or authority or whatever. But, by the way, don't forget to like the video. I forgot to say that. I've forgotten all about the thumbs ups and things. But if you don't mind, if you like is not the right word to say, is it? But let me just look back through your chat. Yeah. Yeah, why was the phone not in her pocket, or not? Why was the phone on the bench? So what was she trying to get Willow, or was she trying to get a ball? Well, if she was, where is the ball? Where is it? That even Paul himself said he thought that the phone was a decoy. He said that. So surely they've got to show, why did you put the phone on the bench, and why did the police make that weird comment that at a certain time the phone moved to the bench? Not that Nicola put it on the bench. The phone moved to the bench. That's what they kept saying. And I don't think we've really, so far, I don't know if it's just me, you'll tell me, but I don't think we've had anything really explained so far. Have we? Do you feel that you know more now than you did before? I mean, well, we know that there was no alcohol in the system, and we know that ostensibly a cause of death was drowning. Oh, so Professor Tipton said that Miss Bulley would have lost consciousness in a matter of seconds. He said that the temperature of the river wire on the day Nikki went missing was 4 degrees, so a person would lose consciousness within around 25 seconds. Well, that's not what it just said on Google. It said 10 to 15 minutes, but there you go. He's a world leader. It is a very rapid incapacitation, he adds. He explains that it is not solely the exchange of water and oxygen which leads to a person drowning, as well as taking up space in the lungs, normally filled with oxygen. The water damages the lungs, the alveoli are collapsing, says Professor Tipton. Well, I mean, it's an awful thought, but if that is what happened, I hope it was quick. But again, I'll just keep coming back to the same thing over and over again. Why was she not found? If, they reckon she was floating around, or, all those people looking for her, all those people looking, and she wasn't found for 23 days. What's the explanation for that? Nobody, and well, I can't see that she just fell in. So did she jump in? I suppose that's the next thing. Did she jump in? Was she pushed in? What they're saying is that's what happened, and why didn't they find her? They're going to go into that. So how many witnesses have we had so far? Because wasn't there supposed to be 14 witnesses today? 14 witnesses today. That's what they said earlier. Gosh, that feels like a lifetime ago now. I'll tell you something that I'm going to do is I'm going to just screenshot the chat, because unfortunately on the StreamYard thing you can't get the chat to, it doesn't save. And God, there's so much chat, don't think I'll be able to. God, that go on forever. They said that there were so many witnesses were going to be called today. Was it 14, I think? And let me have a look at Mr. Williams's tweet. And then we can work out how many we've had so far. So far we've had the policeman. So far we've had the Home Office pathologist, the policeman, and now these two. So we've had 4 so far. And at the beginning of the day, Mark Williams Thomas. Oh gosh, I was criticising Mark Williams Thomas, but it's funny that he says exactly what I said, because it's interesting and disappointing it took the police so long to do that video that he was just talking about there. They never did that, did they, till April? Maybe they should have tried doing that closer to the day of the disappearance. That's just what I was saying. So anyway. Right, come on. I need to see when you said how many witnesses. 16 witnesses listed for today. So we've only had 4 so far. So I don't know how they're going to fit in another 12, because it was late when they got started. It makes me wonder if this might go on much longer, this inquest, than what they're what they initially thought. Because are they going to get through all those witnesses today? 16, so we've got 12 more to go. How are we going to get through them today? But anyway, we'll see. Right, so it hasn't updated from when he said that she would have lost consciousness in a matter of seconds. Let's see a couple of things that Mark has got to say.
Okay.
Right, so apparently Mark Williams Thomas, he said that the coroner set out the rules of the inquest as being a fact-finding exercise. The Lancashire Police and Council have put in place extra security measures because of the interest inside and outside the court. Coroner warning of potential disruption. So this didn't come up on the Manchester. So she was identified by her dental records, and they say she died. What? Died on the 19th of February? What do they call the day of her death? Was that when she was found? 19th of February. Anyway, post-mortem findings summary. Rigor had passed. She was covered in mud, a blood stain on her chin, early marbling effects on parts of body decomposition. That's not very nice. We don't really need to know that probably. But going back, Nikki alive when she entered the water. No injury to neck. Both lungs enlarged. No fractures on the remainder of her body. No alcohol in body. No third-party involvement, died by drowning. Yeah, no alcohol again. So, that Lancashire police driving expert who never bothered searching the river, yeah, he believed Nicola entered the water at the bench. And he says that the police diving expert was contradicting himself as to the drop, saying it was more like 2 meters, not 1 meter. He has clearly not measured it. Right. Well, it did sound like a bit of an idiot, to be honest. So then they showed the video. He's talking about the video. I just don't believe that they could recreate. I mean, I know they're trying to recreate that day, but when he finally went and did this, it was ages afterwards, wasn't it? It was in April. So how could he recreate how it was on that day? Oh, dear me. Just seems like a just total load of twaddle, to be honest. Yeah. And then the last tweet that Mark Williams Thomas has made is that about why did it take the police so long to make that video? Which is exactly, you know, why didn't they do that earlier? Why didn't they find it? Now he's coming up and saying all this, but as if, anyway, right, let's see, there's been an update. So Dr. Morgan now, the other person who's like world beating expert, according to him, says that if someone has taken, she would have only been able to hold her breath for 1 or 2 seconds. If someone has taken an initial gasp, I may have read this already. I don't think I have actually. Dr. Morgan says that if someone has taken an initial gasp from the cold water shock, then goes underwater, the length of time they would be able to, you would be able to hold your breath is 10 seconds at best and more likely 1 to 2 seconds. He says that when the lung damage or the amount of water inhaled gets to a certain point, the heart will stop pumping and the brain switches off. Professor Tipton says that if Nikki had fallen in where it is suggested, there is a very good chance that the initial gasp would have happened under the water, which meant unconsciousness would have been far quicker. Well, it's not exactly an exact science, that, is it? There is a very good chance that the initial gasp would have happened under the water. What does that mean? Anyway, now Professor Tipton says, in my opinion, given the nature of the likely entry into the water at speed down a steep slope, I think Nikki had a gasp response under the water, which initiated the drowning response very quickly. She would have died in less than 10 seconds. Now, is it just me, or is it like, okay, so let's suppose that happened. God, this must be awful for a family to sit and listen to. Let's suppose that happened. So where was she then? Where was she all this time? So if she died in less than 10 seconds, so she'd go straight down to the bottom, where then was she? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. Oh gosh, I hope we go to lunch soon, because this is just like, we know, Charlie, what you're saying there, they need to put up a big fence between the river and the bench. Now, on the very first day that Silly Sally was being interviewed, one of the reporters, one of the local reporters from the Lancashire Live, said to her, he wasn't talking about that, about a big fence. What he was talking about was, do you think you should have cordoned off the bench? And it just shows that right from the word go, they thought Nikki had gone in the river, because she said, oh, well, that's up to the council to do that. We can't really comment on, and it would ruin such a beautiful area and blah, blah, blah. And the guy said to her, oh, no, I was meaning, a police cordon. Do you think you should have put a police cordon around the bench? And she went, oh, yeah, so thank you, Sharon. I'll put you, there you go. I've got a new member there. Hi, Sharon. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so straight away, Sally, I'm getting a bit tired now. I hope they are going to lunch soon. Sally was just assuming, that she'd gone in the river that way before they even knew anything. They never. How did they assume that so initially? Hi, 411. I know. I bet you've had to. It's just honest to God, we're like all a bit in shock ourselves. But there's still time to go. There's still more experts to come out, self-proclaimed experts. But oh God, Vicky! So you managed to get yourself back out of Loch Lomond with cold water shock, and it was about 50 foot deep. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it. It's just like, just don't believe it. So there you go. Right, let's see. Any other? Gosh, they must have heard me. So the inquest has now been adjourned for lunch. So I want to thank everyone who's been here with me so far. I know the 411. I know it's very sad. I am going for lunch as well. Shall we all go for lunch? We can have a think about it. I'm hoping that now during the lunchtime, some of the people that I know that are actually there, they'll be able to send me some more information, etc. And oh yeah, you survived, Nessie. They'll be able to send me some more information. I'd be interested to see what the what's the word? What the reaction was in the court. I expect there were quite a few gasps of amazement there. Wendy's just had a breakfast. So I'm going to love you and leave you, but not for long. I'm going to go get something to eat, and I'll be back as soon as the inquest starts again. I'll be back with any new information that I've got. Thanks so much to all of you for being here with me. See you in about an hour. Thank you.